Hello and welcome to episode 6 of All Cultures Are Beautiful. This time we're taking a trip to the landlocked African nation of Malawi. Malawi is a beautiful country with fantastic scenery, exotic animals, and a friendly, helpful population. But unfortunately for the Malawians, they have been persistently under attack by Hello and welcome to episode 6 of All Cultures Are Beautiful. This time we're taking a trip to the landlocked African nation of Malawi. Malawi is a beautiful country with fantastic scenery, exotic animals, and a friendly, helpful population. But unfortunately for the Malawians, they have been persistently under attack by vampires. In September 2017, vampires were suspected to have invaded the southern border town of Mulanje. After 15 years of peace, once again there are rumours of vampires who are collecting human blood in some districts of the country for political reasons. And naturally, locals are unable to sleep for fear of having their blood sucked during the night. So there was only one thing to do: find out just who is colluding with the vampires and give them some Malawian justice. Some tourists were killed by residents suspected to be colluding with vampires to collect human blood. A police spokesman said, "We are reminding people that rumours about bloodsuckers have been there since time immemorial, but..." Hello and welcome to episode 6 of All Cultures Are Beautiful. This time we're taking a trip to the landlocked African nation of Malawi. Malawi is a beautiful country with fantastic scenery, exotic animals, and a friendly, helpful population. But unfortunately for the Malawians, they have been persistently under attack by vampires. In September 2017, vampires were suspected to have invaded the southern border town of Mulanje. After 15 years of peace, once again there are rumours of vampires who are collecting human blood in some districts of the country for political reasons. And naturally, locals are unable to sleep for fear of having their blood sucked during the night. So there was only one thing to do: find out just who is colluding with the vampires and give them some Malawian justice. Some tourists were killed by residents suspected to be colluding with vampires to collect human blood. A police spokesman said, "We are reminding people that rumours about bloodsuckers have been there since time immemorial, but no case has ever been proven." And good on the local villagers who insist that the police are just hiding the truth, as many people in the district are not sleeping, which is presumably not connected to all the drumming and shouting that they do during the night to frighten the vampires away. Because of the vampire attacks on Malawian villagers, the US Embassy in Malawi issued a security message for US citizens. Please review your personal security plans, remain aware of your surroundings, including local events, and monitor local news stations for updates. Maintain a high level of vigilance and take appropriate steps to enhance your personal security. Despite the US warning about vampire bloodsuckers invading the country, the Malawian police chief remained in denial and said that people should reject rumours of bloodsuckers, saying, "Currently nobody has died for being sucked of blood here in Malanje. Some people have just created the story to breed fear among communities. We would like to assure residents of Malanje that they are protected and that police investigations are underway to find the root cause of such and to get to the bottom of the matter." The district commissioner for Malanje said, "The rumours have brought a devastating effect on people since residences have always been anxious about strangers in some areas and that they were sleeping outside of their homes for fear of having their blood sucked." A spokesperson for the United Nations said, "Well, that's what they would say, isn't it?" and referred to a Human Rights Watch investigation that demonstrated that Malawi had been overrun by a vampire elite, and short of sending garlic and crosses, nothing further could be done. The next day, in the neighbouring district of Falombe, 2 ambulances that were thought to have been carrying the bloodsuckers were smashed up by concerned citizens. One of the ambulances belonged to Malanje and was coming from the capital to drop off a suspected vampire. Despite the vigilance and extrajudicial killings conducted by the local villagers, no vampires have yet been discovered. An investigation by Malawi News discovered that the locals had failed to catch the vampires because the vampires were using magical powers, magical shape-shifting powers, which turned them into cats or dogs before disappearing. It was also revealed that these weren't just any old-world vampires that used their teeth to suck people's blood. These were actually super advanced Wakandan vampires that used some kind of technology which involved the initial spraying of chemical or some electric powers to weaken the target before sucking the blood, and the blood sucking is alleged to be done using some remotely controlled gadgets. The locals describe the blood sucking process as being complicated, saying one can be sucked from a distance through the window or roof. 3 strangers were burnt to death after the locals found them with a bag containing slings, benzene, gloves and other sharp metals, which are believed to be part of the sucking equipment. A clerk said, "The bloodsuckers are real. They've been to my house. They sprayed their weakening chemical, but we noticed it earlier and managed to escape. My eyes were hurting and I ran out of breath." It's alleged that the vampires are from Mozambique, and they can't be arrested because they're using strong magical charms. Many villagers came forward to give their accounts of having their blood sucked by the fully automated luxury space vampires. One single mother said, "I felt a needle getting into my forehead's flesh. The rest of my body was numb. I struggled to touch my forehead. I felt a hot, sharp injection like metal. I alerted my brother, who was also in the same room. The thing was quickly removed. Everything happened so fast." Another single mother said that an attacker had entered her home and sucked her blood in the Thiolo district. "This is not hearsay," she told a fascinated crowd in her village in the country south. "I know my blood was sucked. I saw light on the corner of my roof. I failed to stand up from my bed and I felt something piercing my left arm." Given the apparently medical nature of the vampire attacks, it's no wonder that doctors have been identified as the most likely people in Malawi to be vampires. Groups of concerned citizens have enacted revenge on the vampire doctors, who are easily identified because they are carrying stethoscopes with which to suck blood. Their thralls, otherwise known as medics, have also been robbed and had their vehicles smashed, and ambulances have been attacked as their victims were taken to the hospital. The Society of Medical Vampires in Malawi said a case of mass hysteria was sweeping the south of their country that has led thousands of people to believe that there are doctors in their midst. They claim that no health worker can suck blood with a stethoscope, with another vampire adding that there is no evidence that they are really vampires, despite the fact that they all carry stethoscopes. By the 3rd of October 2017, it had all become too much for the citizens of Malawi. Groups of concerned citizens had killed 6 people suspected of trying to obtain and drink human blood as part of magic rituals since mid-September. A police spokesman and notorious vampire denialist said, "There is no evidence about the bloodsuckers. We blame local communities for taking the law into their own hands," adding that local people targeted victims because they were believed to be seeking blood for spiritual rituals. There is no evidence of bloodsucking and nobody has come to the police to complain. The Malawian government was forced to intervene and claimed that there were no vampires in Malanje. It was just a ploy. A ploy meant to tarnish the image of the Democratic Progressive Party by those who do not wish the government well. The prevailing vampire paranoia situation in Malanje and the surrounding areas has the potential to derail our efforts in promoting our country as a tourist destination, but also preferred destination for foreign and direct investment. While this may be true, it fails to explain how the vampire doctors are sucking people's blood with their stethoscopes. Because after all, if there were no vampires in Malawi, why would the UN pull their staff from the country? As the UN Department on Safety and Security state, these districts have been severely affected by the ongoing stories of bloodsucking and possible existence of vampires. And if the Malawi government wasn't controlled by vampires, why would they impose a curfew because the vampires are being killed? The curfew restricted movement to 10 hours per day, from 7 AM until 5 PM local time, exactly the daylight hours in which vampires cannot operate, leaving the vampires free to operate at night with impunity. The UN even identified the source of the vampires, saying that they originated from Mozambique and spread across the border to Malawi through the districts of Malanje and Falombe. Finally, the president of Malawi said that he was going to crack down on the international vampire conspiracy and the witchcraft that they are performing. President Peter Mutharika warned suspected vampires to stop terrorizing people and told village chiefs to stamp down on witchcraft. He said, "If people are using witchcraft to suck people's blood, I will deal with them, and I asked them to stop doing that with immediate effect." After the president confirmed that there was indeed an epidemic of vampires plaguing Malawi, groups of concerned citizens killed 2 more people, one of which was an epileptic man who was torched. This led to Malawi becoming a veritable police state, as the police arrested 140 members of so-called lynch mobs who were delivering justice to the vampires, with the National Police spokesperson telling the BBC that patrols had been stepped up in the areas affected. Western media outlets naturally placed the blame for all of this on white people. As Vice magazine states, in colonial Zambia in the 1930s, Africans claimed their blood was taken and their bodies left for dead to make cough drops for Europeans. Can you think of a better description for the exploitation of luxuries for white people? In post-colonial East and Central Africa, there were many stories that blood was sold to this or that country in exchange for weapons. There were some who denied that there were any vampires at all in Malawi, claiming that this hysteria was part of a symbolic representation of life. In a paper titled Deconstructing Mediocrity, Vampires, Victims and National Hysteria, John Lwanda suggests that to understand the roots of these superstitions, we must look beyond the beliefs themselves to the underlying structural conditions in the areas which they emerge. The roots of the current vampire hysteria lie also in the current state of law and order, moral order and socio-economic conditions in Malawi, and not just, however, ingrained or strong in mere belief of witchcraft. Another vampire denialist at the University of Malawi said the same thing. It's almost a symbolic representation of the life, their blood, their hope being drawn out of them, being sucked out of them. And nowhere was this better exemplified when a group of concerned citizens attacked BBC journalists in Malawi because it was discovered that they were also a part of the international vampire conspiracy. The vampires said, "We found that some people were terrified because we were in 2 vehicles and they started mobilizing themselves. When they came to us, they started confronting us saying that they thought we might be bloodsuckers. In the first place, the discussions with locals were going on very well, but the more people were coming, the situation was becoming worse. They said that a crowd armed with stones and other sharp objects assaulted the crew, confiscated some of their equipment, and damaged one of their 2 vehicles. Despite the understandable and ongoing concerns with vampire activity in Malawi, it seems like the residents have things fully under control. So when you think about booking your next holiday to a tropical foreign land, consider Malawi. The vampire problem isn't as bad as it seems. Have you ever noticed that all cultures are beautiful and equal in their own way? For example, let's take a look at India, particularly a village in the south of India, where a 10-year-old girl was sacrificed in a black magic ritual. Now, I know what you're thinking, but hear me out. Aisha Muhammad Nurullah, the 10-year-old whose body was found on the outskirts of a village in southern India, appears to have been sacrificed in a beautiful black magic ritual to cure a paralyzed man. See, it's altruistic. Naseem Taj suggested that Wasil's brother Mohammed Rafiq could be cured of a paralytic stroke if a girl was sacrificed, and who are you to tell them that they're wrong? She had suggested that Rafiq had been gripped by evil spirits and paralyzed, and to be cured of this, he had to sacrifice a minor girl within 40 days. Wasil began looking for a girl and thought of his neighbour and cousin Mohammed Nurullah's daughter Aisha. He took a picture of her and then sent it to a sorceress, who approved Wasil's choice. This wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I mean, he had to think this through. He didn't want to choose the wrong girl. And on March the 1st, Wasil kidnapped the girl from her home in Magdi, gagged her, and then slit her throat, performing an occult ritual. And then later on, the girl's body was packed in a sack and dumped behind a mosque. They lured her out while her mother was in the bath. The trio called her out and kidnapped her. They took her to a property owned by Wasil in an isolated location, and they locked her inside a room for a day. Then the next day they took an auto rickshaw from Magdi to Bengaluru. On their way they picked up the material required for performing the black magic as they would have traditionally done. They brought Aisha out of the room and began performing the rituals both in the day and the night. And all through, the paralyzed brother of the accused was present at the location. After some rituals, they strangled Aisha with the ribbon she had used to tie her hair. On March the 3rd, on Nasima's instructions, they packed her body into a gunny bag and threw it at the right side of a mosque nearby. Now, you and I, dear progressive viewer, know how enriching that is. We know how diversity is our strength, but if you look at the comment sections on this article, you'll realize that there are some real Islamophobes reading the Times of India. Law Shastra says, horrendous crime. The local people are to blame as such crimes can't be committed unless with the knowledge of local people. Law Shastra, that's really bigoted. Just because there were like 5 people involved with this beautiful ceremony doesn't mean you can indict them all as if they all had something to do with it, or this was just something that happens in this culture. But the worst one was from ProConnect, who, and I've never read anything this awful. Muslim do this. That's so racist. You don't know that it was a Muslim? Just because the guy's name was Muhammad? You do not know. You can't be sure. He might have been an atheist. You know that there are so many secular, progressive atheists in India, and in all of the Muslim world, in fact. This is just an awful comment, and this user should be tracked down, doxxed, and banned for life from using the internet. That's what. I mean, I just cannot even. How dare you offend this beautiful and vibrant culture? Welcome to episode 2 of All Cultures Are Beautiful, and we're once again going back to India with presenter and religious scholar Reza Aslan, as he goes to visit a Hindu cannibal sect and experience their vibrant and diverse culture. So Reza Aslan was with a group from the Agori sect when he was invited to eat cooked brain tissue during a ritual. Aslan met the Agori in the holy Hindu city of Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh, where they smeared the ashes from cremated human bodies on his face. He then drank an alcoholic drink from a human skull before eating what he was told was human brain. And that's just fantastic, because it shows that Reza Aslan's commitment to diversity is more important than his Muslim faith. At one point, he fell out with the Agori guru, who shouted, "I will cut your head off if you keep talking so much," which just goes to show that the Agori sect is also a religion of peace, so him and Reza must have had plenty of common ground. Then the guru began to eat his own feces and throw the remainder at Aslan himself. What a beautiful culture that should be respected as the equal of every other culture on earth. And don't worry, I wouldn't let you go without answering that one burning question. Just what does a human brain taste like? Well, the answer's charcoal, because apparently this guy wasn't a great cook. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely wonderful, and I for one really appreciate Reza debasing himself in this way, to really highlight the progressive and diverse facets of this fascinating religion, this fascinating culture, and these truly modern people. Welcome to episode 4 of All Cultures Are Beautiful. This episode we'll be travelling to beautiful, scenic Pakistan, the home of the ancient Indus Valley civilization, and things have barely changed since. Recently, the white supremacist Western press has been writing defamatory articles about the beautiful and inclusive and diverse culture of Pakistan. There has been a torrent of misunderstanding from what the white supremacist Western press are crudely referring to as revenge rape. If you're a tolerant fellow like I am, you'll know that this is a misrepresentation. The misunderstanding stems from an incident in July 2017 where a man approached a traditional village council and said that his 12-year-old sister had been raped by their cousin. After hearing about this most heinous crime, the village council ordered him to make amends by raping the sister of the man who had raped his cousin. And in keeping with the beautiful culture of Pakistan, the girl was then forced to appear before the group and was raped in front of them and her parents. Despite the issue being settled to everyone's satisfaction, the mother of the two girls then filed complaints at the local police station. The police, upholding white supremacy in Pakistan, decided to violate the cultural rights of this tribe by arresting 26 members of the village council for ordering the rape of this girl. Please don't be alarmed at the suppression of this beautiful local culture. The Jirgas are a kind of council of local elders who settle disputes in rural Pakistan, and they have often been condemned by the imperialist Western powers for ordering so-called honour killings and past incidents of revenge rape. But don't worry, the tyrannical government of Pakistan will not be able to suppress this beautiful culture forever, as the remarkably high number of revenge rape incidents will attest. Pakistan's beautiful tribal culture really hit the headlines in 2014, after a Pakistani woman called Mukhtar Mai was raped by 14 men. The village council had authorised it because rape is the standard punishment in Pakistan for women and girls who have brought dishonour to their families and communities. Such a beautiful culture. The Jirga ordered 14 volunteers to go to her house, and while her family watched, they dragged her out into the street and gang raped her. She was then paraded naked in front of onlookers. It's so diverse. But there's a whimsical twist in this tale. This all stemmed from a lie that her brother Abdul had told. He had said he'd been walking with a girl when in fact he was covering up for the fact that he had been kidnapped and raped by 3 men. It turns out that Abdul's lie about his own victimhood had caused his sister to be raped as well, sanctioned by the village council. So progressive. But don't worry, my tolerant friends. After 10 years of bitter legal proceedings, Mukhtar's case finally made it to the Supreme Court of Pakistan, and 13 of the 14 men who gang raped her were not imprisoned. Of course, this isn't the perfect verdict. The cultural expressions of one of those men was enough to make the white supremacist government of Pakistan imprison him, but for most of the victims on trial here, they remain free to practice their culture unmolested. The most beautiful aspect of this story is how it gave life to even more rich, diverse and vibrant culture in Pakistan. Mukhtar Mai even had the opportunity to watch an opera based on her experiences. She described it as very emotional, and after seeing the beautiful performance here, I too can agree. How enriching. If you're thinking, well, what happens to the women who have been raped? I mean, not all of them get an opera. I can put your mind at ease. Some of them simply commit suicide. Others set themselves on fire to commit suicide. And there was one incident where a girl of 13 beheaded her rapist's 5-year-old son as revenge. So it all worked out in the end. But don't worry, not all of these women get away scot-free. Some of them are punished under Pakistan's strict orthodox Islamic laws, charged with fornication outside of marriage and sentenced to 100 lashes and sent to jail. Now you might be thinking, hang on, that's not quite Islamic enough. I have read the Quran. I am a modern, forward-thinking, well-travelled, progressive person. I know that these women are actually criminals and that they should be dealt with as the Quran states. And to you I say, fear not. Pakistan is culturally Islamic, and these dreaded adulterers are of course stoned to death. Truly, along with the beautiful scenery, Pakistan contains some of the most vibrant, diverse and progressive cultures on the face of the planet. Hello and welcome to episode 5 of All Cultures Are Beautiful. This time we'll be taking a trip to the Congo, the inspiring and mysterious heart of Africa. The indigenous cultures of the Congo are often misrepresented by the racist Western press as being somehow backwards or savage, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. They're in fact very modern, very enlightened and very progressive, and they are of course incredibly diverse. Using an imported Polish potato camera, a group of Congolese people recorded the ancient rituals of an oppressed movement of peace called Kamuina Nsapu, which translates as momentum, understood by journalists to be an international branch of the UK socialist movement. This Congolese wing is an anarcho-communist militia led by General Gaylord Shimbala. They use voodoo magic, otherwise known to Western science deniers as witchcraft, to make the oppressed invincible to bullets and rockets. General Gaylord reassured racist journalists that the Congolese momentum was a movement of peace. Kamuina Nsapu does not kill people. Kamuina Nsapu only has one objective: for the lives of all Congolese to be better. The footage is too progressive to show on YouTube, but these are some right-wing screenshots of the video. Naturally, the imperialist Western media deliberately misinterpreted and misreported the feminist nature of the culture of the indigenous peoples. The woman failed to respect the rich cultural heritage of the Kamuina Nsapu, and instead of educating herself and being respectful to their indigenous practices, decided to serve them forbidden fish at her restaurant. If she had taken the time to learn anything about the magic of the shamans, she'd have known that feeding fish to warriors, quote, breaks their protection charms, making them vulnerable again. Naturally, her ignorance was considered to be high treason, and so she was sentenced by a man to be incestuously raped in public by her stepson, who was working in the kitchen at the time, before they were both beheaded, after which the Kamuina Nsapu drank some of their blood while everyone in the village was forced to watch. The bodies of the culturally insensitive were left in the village square for 2 days, as is traditional, until the racists at the Red Cross imposed oppressive Western standards of sanitation on them. Human Rights Watch called it tough but fair, and Amnesty International released 3 new cultural sensitivity pamphlets, which can be downloaded as PDF files from their website. With one-way flights at an all-time low, there has never been a better time to be a global citizen than by becoming culturally enriched in the Congo. Book now to avoid offending the river god. Marriage is always cause for a celebration, so it should come as no surprise that when a video of a local Pakistani man who married 2 women in one day went viral, he was hailed as a hero by the public, and the country's media was gripped with polygamy fever. Azar Hydri, 23, was hailed as a hero for daring to marry 2 of his first cousins, so they would not have to go through the guilt of not finding an appropriate match. His family were thrilled for the happy triple, because the young man had taken on the burden of supporting and caring for his cousins. At first, Mr. Hydri refused to marry his cousin, Humayra Qasim, despite having an existing pre-arranged marriage with her since childhood, because of his love for a different cousin, Rumana Aslam, and it was tearing their family apart. I gave this offer that I will marry both of them. Both girls agreed. That was Mr. Hydri's brilliant solution that satisfied both his family and Islamic law. Pakistan's progressive interpretation of Islam holds no prohibition on cousin marriage and permits a man to have up to 4 wives. And of course, the lucky brides were both thrilled with the arrangement. I am happy we both love the same man, Miss Aslam told the Associated Press. And you can just see it on their faces. Just the absolute picture of happiness. Congratulations to the newlyweds. This beautiful and progressive cultural practice is often attacked by racists in Western, white supremacist press outlets such as the BBC and the Telegraph, where they claim that more than half of Pakistanis are married to a cousin and that this carries significant risks, and that science has proven that it increases the risk of birth defects up to 10-fold. Which is why the British Pakistani community sees a massive increase in the number of children born with genetic disabilities relative to population size. This is, of course, total nonsense. Everyone knows the doctors are wrong, and the decision is in the hands of God, as it should be. After all, the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, married his cousin Zainab bint Jahsh, the daughter of his aunt, and if the perfect man did it, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Mahatma Mahatma Gandhi supposedly once remarked that Western civilization would be a good idea, suggesting that the West was backward and uncivilized. Well, Gandhi was wrong. The West is the best. Why do you think everyone wants to move here? But when they do move here, they bring the worst aspects of their own culture with them and create ghettos, supplanting the original culture. The left then supports and encourages these ghettos because they believe in cultural relativism, this idea that all cultures are equal. Well, they're not. Some cultures are clearly better than other cultures. 620 million Indians, half of their population, defecate in public. UNICEF has to run campaigns teaching them how to use toilets. Public defecation causes bacterial infections which lead to childhood malnutrition and death. Indians shitting and pissing in the street is part of their culture. The government also has to put up signs everywhere telling them not to litter, because Indians aren't generally too fussed about cleanliness. That's why India is widely regarded as a shithole. Shitting in public also seems to be popular amongst many of the Muslim migrants now arriving in Europe. Universities and other institutions are also having to teach them how to use toilets properly. Shitting in public is not acceptable. I don't care if it's part of your culture. Shitting in public is bad. Some cultures are better than others.
That's racist!
In Afghanistan, police officers and military commanders like to rape young boys. The practice is called bacha bazi, literally boy play. Raping young boys is part of their culture. When US Marines blew the whistle and tried to intervene, they were told by higher-ups to look the other way because it's, quote, part of their culture. The New York Times reported on how US troops in Afghanistan would hear the boys screaming as they were being raped by Afghan police who had brought them on base. Raping boys is not acceptable. I don't care if it's part of your culture. Raping boys is bad. Some cultures are better than others.
That's racist!
In Israel, Orthodox Jews suck babies' penises. The practice, known as metzitzar pei, involves rabbis performing oral suction circumcisions on 8-day-old babies. They suck the baby's penis to cleanse the wound following circumcision. Sucking babies' penises is part of their culture. The practice has caused 17 cases of infant herpes in New York since the year 2000, including 2 deaths. Sucking babies' penises is not acceptable. I don't care if it's part of your culture. Sucking babies' penises is bad. Some cultures are better than others.
That's racist!
In China, South Korea and Taiwan, people like to eat tiger penises because they think it's a potent aphrodisiac and it prevents erectile dysfunction. There's no scientific evidence at all to support that claim. Tiger penis is a delicacy served in restaurants in parts of China and Southeast Asia. Eating tiger penises is part of their culture. Demand for tiger penises creates a market for poachers. As Chinese immigration to the West has increased, tiger penis remedies are now available in some European countries. According to the EIA, 1 tiger every single day is killed for its use in traditional Chinese medicine. Tigers are endangered. There are less than 4,000 tigers left in the wild. Eating tiger penises based on some bullshit belief that it's an aphrodisiac is unacceptable. I don't care if it's part of your culture. Eating tiger penises is bad. Some cultures are better than others.
That's racist!
In sub-Saharan Africa, there are millions of modern-day slaves. In India, there are as many as 14 million slaves. In Mauritania, as many as 20% of the population is enslaved. Slaves! People being bought and sold. People being compelled to perform forced labour under threat of violence. Even at the height of slavery in the West, only 1.4% of white Americans owned slaves. But we're still being lectured about how evil we are despite the fact that the West was the first to end slavery. Where's the outcry over the 30 million people who are enslaved right now across the world? But I guess just owning slaves is part of their culture, right? Slavery is unacceptable. I don't care if it's part of your culture. Slavery is bad. I'm proud to say that it was the West that ended slavery virtually everywhere else, but it still persists in some parts of Africa and India. Some cultures are better than others.
That's racist!
Listen, I'm not saying there aren't good things that we can take from other cultures, and I know that Western culture isn't perfect, but it's the best we've got. In terms of individual freedom, economic prosperity, intellectual advancement, technological progress, the arts and medicine, the West provided the blueprint for the ascent of humanity. The West is also the most tolerant place in the world towards other cultures and invites them with open arms, even at the risk of obliterating itself. So why are we constantly browbeaten into being ashamed of the West? I'm not ashamed of democracy. I'm not ashamed of the Renaissance. I'm not ashamed of the Enlightenment. I'm not ashamed of how the West ended slavery. I'm not ashamed of coming from the most tolerant place on the planet. Look at the fruits of Western civilization. An increase in health, wealth, comfort, freedom, and life expectancy unparalleled in human history. That's why we shouldn't be ashamed to defend Western civilization against cultural relativism. We shouldn't be bullied into sacrificing our own culture and allowing it to be supplanted by inferior cultures in the name of political correctness. The West is the best, but it's only going to remain that way if we safeguard what made it great in the first place.
Squatting Slav TV.
Last week, the world was shaken up after news surfaced detailing the horrific murders of two Scandinavian tourists in the remote mountain region of Morocco. Mary Newland of Norway and Louisa Jespersen of Denmark were found brutally murdered after two French hikers discovered their bodies in an isolated area near Imlil en route to the popular hiking destination of the Tubgul mountain peak. According to chilling news reports, the bodies of the young women were found in close proximity of their tent, and both of the young women had been brutally decapitated. Following the incident, 4 men were taken into custody after authorities discovered knives and machetes in their bags as they attempted to board a bus to the popular tourist resort of Agadir. Authorities have since revealed that one of the men in custody bears a striking resemblance to one of 4 men who had recently posted a video on social media declaring his allegiance to ISIS, and that another has affiliations to an extremist group in Morocco. Since then, 9 additional suspects have been taken into custody, and the brother of one of the suspects has come out saying that the attack had absolutely nothing to do with Islam. Following these horrific murders, a video showing the alleged decapitation of Miss Jespersen emerged online, and reports claim that it was sent via social media to the grieving mother of the victim by various members of ISIS. In this shocking video, one of the suspects is heard repetitively speaking about the enemies of Allah and mentions revenge for his brothers in Hajin in reference to the recently fallen ISIS stronghold in Syria. Although gruesome ISIS execution videos are nothing new, this latest execution video hit close to home for many people because the victims were 2 innocent young European women who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. From what we know thus far, Louisa Jespersen and Mary Newland were study friends from the University of Norway who had embarked on a month-long private holiday trip to Morocco. Prior to leaving, Jespersen had even posted about her trip on Facebook, asking friends if they had information on the popular Tubkal mountain peak close to where her body was later discovered. Although Morocco is typically a safe travel destination, which is visited by 500,000 tourists annually, it is nonetheless a country with a history of jihadist extremism and terrorist activity. In fact, a quick glance at the US Embassy and Consulate of Morocco website reveals multiple travel warnings linked to extremist activity in parts of Morocco, with the most recent one having been issued on the 13th of December this year. While travel enthusiasts are often told that the world is their playground and that the bounds of exploration have no limit, the truth is that many parts of the Middle East are not exactly the safest travel destinations at present. In fact, just a few days before their deaths, the two young women had been cautioned about camping alone in the remote regions of Portugal by a local Moroccan mountain guide. Realistically speaking, two blonde women traveling unaccompanied through the remote regions of an Islamic country make for an extremely easy target for those who wish to bring them harm.
I think it's really sad, especially I know there's two women. I suppose I feel safer because I'm here with my partner who's a man.
Despite their lust for adventure and pacifism, these two young women, like countless others, are sadly the product of a very deceitful and very naive Western society. The women's home countries of Denmark and Norway have long fostered a climate of tolerance towards mass migration from Africa and the Middle East, and are now desperately scrambling to find a solution to this ever-growing problem. Couple this with EU hate speech laws, which throw people into jail for raising concerns over Islamic violence, and chances are that you'll produce a generation of people who are completely oblivious to the fact that radical Islamists want nothing more than to see them dead. A quick glance at one of the victims' Facebook posts reveals this exact kind of irony in a video shared back in 2015, in which white people are cautioned against judging Muslims based on their appearance. Sadly, these two young women were most likely brainwashed into believing the notion that third world foreigners are just as welcoming and tolerant of us in their countries as we are to them in ours. Breeding this kind of naive mindset foolishly leads many young people to believe that third world countries will welcome them with open arms and that their differences will be embraced in jihadi flooded countries with completely backwards value systems. Although the horrific murders of these two innocent young women have shaken up the world, they've also served as a valuable lesson for those who wander off naively into dangerous territory, believing that they'll be welcomed and accepted. While we're often told by our progressive leftist culture that embracing third world foreigners will create a reciprocal attitude of tolerance towards us, the truth is that many of these foreigners still embrace violent anti-Western ideologies and hostile attitudes towards us. These types of false leftist notions misled the young women into believing that they'd be welcome in an isolated mountain region prone to terrorism, where the very same people that they were taught to embrace ultimately ended up taking their lives.
Ever since I started my work in politics, I have heard stories and rumors of something sinister happening in South Africa. I was regularly sent images and videos claiming there was a white genocide going on right now. As a journalist, I have learned to never take anything at face value, to second guess and question it all. But I also believe that there is never smoke without fire. This is what makes South Africa so intriguing, because depending on your outlook, it is either a paragon of multiculturalism and social justice, or a powder keg with a genocide against the white population ready to erupt into an all-out race war. After doing some digging, I found an overwhelming mess of conflicting information about South Africa. Political turmoil, disappearing government funds, widespread corruption, and the sense that those responsible are never quite brought to justice. I found stories about the most gruesome murders imaginable, with almost no statistical proof of their existence. I tried to put the pieces together, but there were just too many missing. With the left wing and establishment media calling the farm murders a non-issue and praising the Rainbow Nation, and the far right predicting a civil war, I thought surely the truth must lie somewhere in the middle. To understand South Africa today, we have to understand South Africa then, 366 years ago to be precise, when the wheels of history were set in motion. It all begins in 1652, when the Dutch East India Company, or the VOC, became the first European group to establish a permanent settlement on South Africa's western coast. At this time, the rest of the country was inhabited only by the Khoisan people, an ancient nomadic group who foraged the land long before the black tribes migrated south into the modern-day KwaZulu-Natal. The VOC made its first purchase of land from the Khoisan people in 1671, establishing the Cape Colony in the areas surrounding what would become Cape Town. But it did not treat all under its rule well, and many children of the settlers were born into indentured servitude. Seeking a life beyond the VOC, a group known as the Trekboer set out beyond the borders of the Cape Colony in search of a free, semi-nomadic farming life in the country's interior. They were joined by the first of the Voortrekkers in 1836, a larger group that would eventually form the basis of South Africa's modern Afrikaner population. As their great trek reached its peak, war erupted among the Bantu tribes in the north as they migrated across the modern South African border. In 1816, a king named Shaka ascended to the Zulu throne. Within a year, he had conquered almost all of the neighboring tribes who were vying for control of the region. This period is known as the Mfukane, the Zulu word for crushing, scattering, or forced migration. In 1823, a rebellion under Mzilikazi split off from the Zulus and headed north into the Transvaal region, where it is estimated between 1 and 2 million Bantu people were massacred, leaving the area almost completely depopulated. It was during this time that several tribes, the Mfangu and the Ngwane among them, were forced to flee south, putting them on a direct course for the trekking Boer. This was unfortunate for the Boer, who had been making deals with smaller tribes in the area, trading favors, livestock, and weaponry for land. These deals between the Boer and the Bantu occurred frequently throughout South Africa's history. It wasn't long, though, until fair and mostly peaceful exchanges of land between whites and blacks gave way to violent, militaristic ones. In 1828, a new Zulu king, Dingane, took the throne. Piet Retief, a notable Voortrek leader, was determined to make civil deals with the tribes. He was granted land for his caravan of Voortrekkers in exchange for the return of 700 cows that had been stolen by a neighboring tribe. After returning these cows to the Zulu, Retief and his trekkers made settlements on the agreed-upon land, and in a show of good faith, the king invited Retief and a band of his men to witness a special performance put on by his soldiers. There was no show. Instead, the soldiers restrained Retief and marched him and 100 of his men to a bridge where they were beaten to death, leaving Retief for last, so he would be forced to watch the murder of his men and his son before he himself was killed. Dingane went on to massacre Retief's entire encampment, including hundreds of women, children, and many Khoisan people who had traveled alongside the Voortrekkers. The incident became known as the Wenen Massacre. While the Boer advance across the country was mostly peaceful, the Bantu tribes fought ceaselessly, killing white, black, and Khoisan people wherever they found them. In 1910, following the surrender of the Boer to the British, the Union of South Africa was formed. It comprised all of the now established colonies and united them as one legislative union. For a time, separation of blacks and whites was only a social convention, not the rigidly enforced legal structure it came to be. But after the election of the National Party in 1948, what we now know today as apartheid, a word that quite literally means separateness, was formally introduced across South Africa. A slew of new laws, including bans on mixed-race marriages and the Population Registration Act, which required people to register as black, white, colored, or Indian, were all introduced. And many of the descendants of the Bantu tribes were moved to the Bantustan areas, known today as the Black Tribal Homelands. In all aspects of life, blacks and whites became separated, often almost entirely. In the 1970s and 80s, apartheid became the focus of a global pushback. The UN brought sanctions, while internal resistance to apartheid began to find greater support. In the face of both peaceful and violent resistance, the National Party began a brutal crackdown. The crackdown only radicalized South Africa's anti-apartheid activists even further. In 1961, Nelson Mandela, then a member of the South African Communist Party, co-founded the Spear of the Nation, the armed wing of the African National Congress that rules the country today. The group, often abbreviated to MK, publicly announced its existence with 57 bombings on one day. Ultimately, with the help of the CIA, Mandela was arrested and spent the next 27 years in prison. During this time, the resistance to apartheid only became more radical. In 1986, Mandela's wife Winnie publicly endorsed the new trend of necklacing, a form of execution used against blacks thought to be collaborating with the government. They would be forced to wear a rubber tire filled with petrol around their chest or necks before being set ablaze. Eventually, following international pressure and the fear of a race-based civil war, the National Party released Mandela and entered into negotiations with the African National Congress, formally ending apartheid in 1991. 3 years later, Mandela led the party to victory in South Africa's first multiracial election, securing his presidency and bringing about a new constitution, emphasizing racial reconciliation. South Africa is a young democracy, and the country still faces great obstacles, like deciding who has the right to parts of land still owned by the Afrikaner minority, something that has come to be known as the land issue, and which is tied closely to attacks on farmers. It is this divided South Africa that I am stepping into today.
There were running battles in the city's tonight. Last night, police and protesters.
All roads leading in and out of the city have been closed due to violent protests. Shops have been looted and roads have been closed.
Within hours of touching down in South Africa, I saw protests and rioting across the nation plastered on every TV screen. But there were hardly enough news channels to encompass even a fraction of the true chaos. As we drove from the airport, my guide told me that protesters had burned down the town hall. He said this happened every day, but every day was an understatement. While simply in transit to our next filming location, we drove past a nature reserve that was still ablaze. It was intense as I realized this was my first real glimpse of South Africa. But little did I know at the time, this burning building was only a mild symptom of a much deeper issue that plagued the nation.
It's an ongoing thing, you know, people get discontented and they destroy. There's a sort of a schadenfreude in the thing, not because I say so, but because a casual examination of the thing reveals that it's true. There has been, for many years, going back to apartheid, but currently too, a habit of burning down schools if the children are discontented with the headmaster, for example.
In South Africa now, where we're following the burning of 13 schools in the country's Limpopo province. The protest broke out over a district boundaries dispute. Protesters say moves to include their neighborhoods into a new municipality would delay efforts to get them better housing and water. Government officials appealed for an end to the violence, saying it's affected the education of hundreds of children.
The number of municipal buildings that has been burnt down in South Africa over the past, let's say, 30 years runs to, I would say, comfortably 1,000. Very, very comfortably. My instinct is to say 3,000 or 4,000. If I total up all of the stories that I've read, you know, in passing in newspapers over the past 30 years.
Well, I had come here to investigate the farm murders. I quickly learned the problems here were far more prolific. On average, the country sees 32 protests over schooling, education, land, and infrastructure every single day. And the cost of damage to South Africa's university buildings alone has already soared well above $45 million US. There was clearly more at play here than I first thought, so I pressed on, determined to find the truth. When investigating the farm murders, I was met with a remarkable scarcity of information. The government statistics did not report any rise or increase, and the BBC and other mainstream outlets echoed this position. I wanted to know why the murders of South Africa's rural white minority were so different from the rest of the crime in this country. And when I dug deeper, I discovered the Blood Sisters, an organization that works with government contracts to clean up crime scenes across South Africa. And I figured surely, if anyone, they would know what the reality of these numbers really looked like.
My name is Eileen de Jager. I'm one of the Blood Sisters, known in South Africa. We are a nationwide leader in crime scene cleanup.
Have you seen an increase in these kind of attacks in recent years?
Absolutely. 18 years ago when we started this business, there was attacks. According to our knowledge and what we experienced, they started weekly. We would get one call a week to come and assist at either farm attack or farm murder. Now it's daily. It's definitely daily. It's increased unbelievably.
Between 2012 and 2016, the attacks on smallholding farms or properties deemed as a farm or an area non-residential has increased by an average of 72.9%. The figures that I've just given you is according to our statistics. Government statistics will differ.
I don't suppose you can tell us much about why that is.
We don't.
I don't work closely with them because we don't do every scene, but their figures are funnily enough lower than ours. I don't have a particular reason for that. I don't wish to divulge on that.
This was the first time on camera a qualified government associate had confirmed my worst fears. Not only are the farm murders real, the genuine numbers are much higher than we imagined. But I wanted to know more. In a country that already has extensive murder rates, why are these so much worse?
Farm murders are one of the most gruesome kind of crime scenes that we have to deal with, especially, well, in South Africa. Farm murders are intentional. It's not robberies. It's intention. The intention of the attackers is, according to us and what we've seen, is to kill. It's been classified, especially on the crime stats as well, that it's attacks or robberies, burglaries. But because there is no statistic for farm murders currently in South Africa, the brutality of the farm murders in South Africa is undescribable. We found pieces of nails being pulled out. We found hands being removed from bodies. We found people raped, murdered, brutally murdered, babies, children, the farmers trying to protect their families, and there's just no stopping. The farm murders are brutal. Another one that stays with me is in Johannesburg, just outside Johannesburg. We had a farm murder where 5 people came in. It was arranged by their domestic worker, and they drowned the 12-year-old boy in boiling hot water. So we had to remove the skin from the bath as it was peeling off him in the hot water. That was a terrible scene. If you look at the worst movies ever made, it's not really a patch against what is really going on there. It's unbelievable.
Having heard from the far-right corners of the internet that these murders were racially based, I was intent on finding out what motives the Blood Sisters attributed to these kinds of attacks.
90% of the increase we found is due to unemployment, racial discrimination, and there's no hope. If you don't start your own business in South Africa, where are you going to work? There's no work.
Racial discrimination against who, if you don't mind me asking?
I have to be careful. Yeah,
because
I have to be a little bit careful.
We work very closely with government.
Yeah.
I spoke to Simon about it outside. Racial discrimination against people. People. I know what you have to say, and
no, it's okay.
We have to be so careful.
Yeah, I have to think.
We love everybody to hear what we have to say. We want to say so much more, but we have to exercise so much restraint.
Anonymously,
stay behind and work.
I will tell you a lot of stuff.
I knew I had to investigate further. I had to meet the families caught up in these attacks. So I traveled to the heartland of South Africa, where these murders take place every single day.
The history goes back. We are now 3rd generation on this farm. 3rd generation. My grandfather arrived here in the 1800s. He died of a heart attack, and then my dad inherited this portion, and his brother inherited the top farm, which my dad eventually over the years bought back. So it's been in the family for more than 100 years. Myself and my 3 siblings grew up here, went to school in Graafnet, which I'm sure you came through, and then went to study in Cape Town, and it was always our dream to come back, and it was always the intention to come back, not under these circumstances though. My dad was living alone, my mum was in an Alzheimer's home, so this is quite hard. And there was this guy, Sally, and he lay in wait for my dad, and at 9 o'clock that night he knocked on the back door. My dad opened the door, and he shot my dad in the stomach, My dad managed to get to the phone to phone my aunt. And then he phoned the neighbour and said, listen, I've been shot. And the neighbour could hear the rest of the gunshots. And then the phone went dead. There were 8 shots. There was one shot that ricocheted against that wall. All the time my dad's being shot. Back, arms, legs. And my dad slumped over this chair. Slumped forward over this chair. And he was shot in the back of the head here. Just execution style. In the back of the head. So it was 8. They found 8 cartridges. But 6. He was shot 6 times.
Who came and found him here?
Almost every 3rd child in South Africa is sexually abused. Like this 9-year-old, this is the bed she was raped in by a neighbour.
When I dug deeper, I discovered the Blood Sisters, an organization that works with government contracts to clean up crime scenes across South Africa. And I figured surely, if anyone, they would know what the reality of these numbers really looked like.
My name is Eileen de Jager. I'm one of the Blood Sisters, known in South Africa. We are a nationwide leader in crime scene cleanup.
Have you seen an increase in these kind of attacks in recent years?
Absolutely. 18 years ago when we started this business, there was attacks. According to our knowledge and what we experienced, they started weekly. We would get one call a week to come and assist at either farm attack or farm murder. Now it's daily. It's definitely daily. It's increased unbelievably.
Between 2012 and 2016, the attacks on smallholding farms or properties deemed as a farm or an area non-residential has increased by an average of 72.9%. The figures that I've just given you is according to our statistics. Government statistics will differ.
I don't suppose you can tell us much about why that is.
Well, we don't.
I don't work closely with them because we don't do every scene, but their figures are funnily enough lower than ours. I don't have a particular reason for that. I don't wish to divulge on that.
This was the first time on camera a qualified government associate had confirmed my worst fears. Not only are the farm murders real, the genuine numbers are much higher than we imagined. But I wanted to know more. In a country that already has extensive murder rates, why are these so much worse?
Farm murders are one of the most gruesome kind of crime scenes that we have to deal with, especially, well, in South Africa. Farm murders are intentional. It's not robberies. It's intention. The intention of the attackers is, according to us and what we've seen, is to kill. It's been classified, especially on the crime stats as well, that it's attacks or robberies, burglaries. But because there is no statistic for farm murders currently in South Africa, the brutality of the farm murders in South Africa is undescribable. We found pieces of nails being pulled out. We found hands being removed from bodies. We found people raped, murdered, brutally murdered, babies, children, the farmers trying to protect their families, and there's just no stopping. The farm murders are brutal. Another one that stays with me is in Johannesburg, just outside Johannesburg. We had a farm murder where 5 people came in. It was arranged by their domestic worker, and they drowned the 12-year-old boy in boiling hot water. So we had to remove the skin from the bath as it was peeling off him in the hot water. That was a terrible scene. If you look at the worst movies ever made, it's not really a patch against what is really going on there. It's unbelievable.
Having heard from the far right corners of the internet that these murders were racially based, I was intent on finding out what motives the Blood Sisters attributed to these kinds of attacks.
90% of the increase we found is due to unemployment, racial discrimination, and there's no hope. If you don't start your own business in South Africa, where are you going to work? There's no work.
Racial discrimination against who, if you don't mind me asking?
I have to be careful. Yeah.
Because
I have to be a little bit careful.
We work very closely with government.
Yeah.
And, I spoke to Simon about it outside. Racial discrimination against people. People. I know what you have to say, and
no, it's okay.
We have to be so careful.
Yeah, I have to think.
We love everybody to hear what we have to say. We want to say so much more, but we have to exercise so much restraint.
Anonymously,
stay behind and work.
I will tell you a lot of stuff.
I knew I had to investigate further. I had to meet the families caught up in these attacks. So I traveled to the heartland of South Africa, where these murders take place every single day.
The history goes back. We are now 3rd generation on this farm. 3rd generation. My grandfather arrived here in the 1800s. He died of a heart attack, And then my dad inherited this portion, and his brother inherited the top farm, which my dad eventually over the years bought back. So it's been in the family for more than 100 years. Myself and my 3 siblings grew up here, went to school in Graafnet, which I'm sure you came through, and then went to study in Cape Town. And yeah, it was always our dream to come back, and it was always the intention to come back, not under these circumstances though. My dad was living alone. My mum was in an Alzheimer's home, so this is quite hard. And there was this guy, Sally, and he lay in wait for my dad. And at 9 o'clock that night, he knocked on the back door. My dad opened the door, and he shot my dad in the stomach. My dad managed to get to the phone to phone my aunt. And then he phoned the neighbour and said, listen, I've been shot. And the neighbour could hear the rest of the gunshots. And then the phone went dead. There were 8 shots. There was one shot that ricocheted against that wall. All the time my dad's being shot. Back, arms, legs. And my dad slumped over this chair. Slumped forward over this chair. And he was shot in the back of the head here. Just execution style. In the back of the head. So it was 8. They found 8 cartridges. But 6... He was shot 6 times.
Who came and found him here?
My aunt. And friends of theirs. I think there were 4 farmers. One of the people that were here on the scene was studying to be a doctor. They tried CPR. But he was dead by the time they got here. He'd already succumbed to his injuries. Yeah, so this is where my dad died. He was killed. Okay. I know, for what, you know. For what? He was a good man. He was an awesome man. And to shoot somebody 6 times, execution style. You think it gets easier, it never does, unfortunately. My dad was, and Mary will back me up, and everybody will back me up. My dad was the most loving person. He cold-bloodedly just killed for, and so all they took, about 20,000 rand in the safe. They took that, helped themselves to food in the fridge, and then hit the road, and then bumped into, or saw all the farmers arriving, and ran. And they spent the night, the 2 of them, at one of the farms, and got back to Aberdeen. And by Saturday morning, the farmers had caught both of them.
The farmers, not the police.
The farmers. It was a tip-off. And the farmers caught them, and eventually the police apprehended him.
So were these people brought to justice?
He got 15 years. 15 years. So, you know, if with these 15 years he can sit for six years, and he'll come back. And he'll probably come and kill us, or kill another farmer, because he knows how easy it is, that he's got away with it. But no remorse whatsoever. Nothing. He spun so many stories in court that the judge eventually just said, rather keep quiet because I don't believe you. So justice hasn't been served yet.
Listening to Janine's story, standing in the exact spot it had happened, was intensely uncomfortable. But it would not be the only sobering story I heard that day. Just hours after sitting with Janine, and only 50 miles away, we entered the farm of another family who had been tormented by the nation's growing crime wave. The Haas family have had to go to extraordinary measures to protect their family after their father was shot in the face during an attack at their home.
I woke up one morning and heard a terrible noise. My son and my little daughter were in the house, and I don't know why, but I just screamed. It happened so fast. I ran to my bedroom window and I just saw people jumping over the wall, and it was already over. I went outside and I saw the blood. Only then did I realise my husband had been shot. The marks are still on the wall. You hear about this every day. There's not a week that goes by without a farm attack. My husband survived the attack, but others are not as lucky as us.
Seeing the scars and the impact watching this attack unfold at their home has had on this family brought the situation in South Africa into sharp focus for me. And the security measures, the electric fences, the thermal cameras, as well as a closet stocked with guns and weaponry, now serve as a daily reminder of what happened here for a family that is already struggling to heal.
During the week, I'm alone here. My kids go to boarding school, and I almost never go out. I always lock everything. It's had a huge effect on my life. My fears are for another attack. My peace has been stolen. I just never feel safe in my own home.
Outside the charmed world of rich and famous influencers who paint a story of security and prosperity from within their gated communities in Johannesburg and Cape Town, it seemed everywhere in South Africa there was a story of tragedy and bloodshed to be told.
Yes, my mother-in-law was murdered here in 2008, January 2008. They had strangled her and with a belt of her, a belt around her neck, and they take out her eyes with a fork, and they prick her with a fork. Her whole body was pricked with a fork, and it was very cruel, very, very cruel.
You see, the problem is I will never go back and buy a farm there. I will not. It's too risky, too capital intensive, you know, to make yourself safety, because you're not safety even you're on a tractor. Doesn't matter where, because they ambush you. I'm not scared. I'm not scared for that, but if I know to do something better, I would rather do something better. That's why I'm here. Now, I'm retired now and I'm not farming anymore.
Do you think the government turns a blind eye to the murders of white farmers?
Yeah, I personally think so. You know, we had a system in place way back, we call the commander system, and they were very, very much helpful to the farmers, but then they disbanded them all, and they've left everything over just for the police. But I think the farmers now are coordinating with each other, and they are doing the most of the job in order to catch some of these culprits.
So the farmers are now kind of acting as their own police force.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
In fact, some of these farmers had added me into WhatsApp groups where over months I've seen the reports of attacks, the theft and killing of livestock, gunfights in the streets, and of course, farm murders. In these groups, I saw firsthand the lengths of coordination these farmers must go to in order to deal with their situation alone.
The Specialised Crime Unit in Port Elizabeth took over the case, and I really believe if they weren't involved, we wouldn't have got as far as we have got. But now they've been told, this is specialised crime, they've been told not to do farm murders anymore. They're not allowed to do farm murders. Yes. My dad's case was the last case they were allowed to do.
Why?
The government.
The government
has said the serious crime can't look at farm murders anymore.
These stories of government failure are heartbreaking, not least of all because these farmers are left feeling helpless and alone. I was due to move on to the last leg of my journey when I was introduced to a man named Louis, who lost everything in a drought that hit his region.
Basically, we are in a drought, and the state has declared it a disaster. They allocated 375,000 to our district, but it did not reach us. Nobody knows where the money is, but it has obviously been stolen, and it's made everything much worse.
Louis showed me around his farm, where the effects of the drought were a striking sight.
I can't afford to pump the water out of the ground anymore. It has gotten me into massive debt. It's no longer even affordable to run my machinery, pump the water, or go to the wholesaler and buy the basic ingredients to feed my cattle and maintain the farms. It is all totally pointless. My farm used to be a green oasis. It used to be a healthy, perfect farm. Now it has all turned to dust, to barren wasteland, with piles of bones from the sheep I once had, who died of thirst.
Over the past few years, the South African government has used its black economic empowerment policy to coerce utility companies into depleting the number of white workers to reflect the racial makeup of the country. In reality, this means that companies with government contracts must shoot for a goal of a workforce with no more than 8% white workers. Since these mass layoffs, filling engineering and other high-skilled positions has been difficult, only worsening the water crisis and causing serious ramifications for the country's white farming minority.
I could no longer afford to maintain my old home, so it fell into disrepair, and we now live in a much smaller shack down the road. There is nothing left of that house. The floors have rotted, the walls are breaking. The place my children were born, the place my wife and I built from scratch and used to love, it is now just rubble. This is happening to everyone, everywhere here. You drive up and down these lands, and all you can see is dilapidated farms. There are extremely difficult times laying ahead for us. Everything points towards them trying to break us.
In a nation so dependent on these farms for its food and for some of its major exports like Angora mohair, it's hard to believe the government is doing so little to help, or worse, as some are speculating, purposely withholding aid as they battle with farmers for the land.
The whole objective of the government is to make it very difficult economically. Through fuel and property taxes, they are overtaxing us on everything. Like everyone in South Africa, our lives are turning to ruin, and they are doing it to us on purpose. The government here feel nothing for us. They want us starving or dead. It is a strategy they have been working on for years. It's hard working here every day knowing they are going to chase you out in 6 months. The government even said openly they are going to take our land. I will never recover from this. I just hope my children can have a better life one day.
Spending time with Louis on his dying farm has been a truly heart-wrenching experience. Not only are these farmers forced to live with the constant fear of break-ins and some of the most gruesome crimes imaginable, but every day has been a struggle even just for the survival of the very land to which they are so deeply rooted.
To make matters worse, if the government follows through with their promises, Louis will shortly be losing all his land as well. Listening to Louis describe his situation was surreal. It was far too removed from the reasonable middle ground I expected to find between the left and the right's posturing of the issues facing South Africa.
Only days after leaving South Africa, I saw Louis' fears vindicated in Parliament. The ANC announced they would absolutely be taking white land by force. Expropriation without compensation.
Even the ANC's most famous leader, Nelson Mandela, a known radical communist, at least believed in the concept of compensation. He didn't even propose a motion this extreme. This will be the first time in modern South Africa we see something like this play out.
In fact, all of South Africa's political parties have steadily become more radical in their approach. The EFF, which holds 10% of the vote, are notorious for singing an anti-apartheid song at their rallies, calling for the deaths of white farmers. The situation has now become so dire that nations like Australia have begun considering giving refugee status to white farmers, while others within South Africa hold mass protests before the plasmoord, the Afrikaans word for farm murders, reaches a point of no return. I began to wonder if the remoteness of their farms simply made these farmers an easy target, or if other white South Africans faced the same problem. So I met with Liz, a businesswoman with a successful paintball field and shop near Port Elizabeth.
I've probably had over 100 break-ins at my business in the last 10 years. I've been in 2 armed robberies at my work, so as we were closing, guys just roll in and basically pull out a gun and take all your stuff. In one of the armed robberies, one of the guys was beating me with a metal pipe over my head so that, like, you just shut up and be quiet and, like, just subdue any, you just, they basically just don't tell you to be quiet, they just make you be quiet.
You mentioned to us earlier that many of your sales are more for self-defense paintball guns. Can you explain that?
Basically, a lot of people are getting robbed these days at their homes and at their work, and they buy paintball guns with solid balls and pepper balls because it's a non-lethal defense form. You don't need a license. Getting a gun license in South Africa is very time-consuming, very costly, and you're not guaranteed that you're actually going to get a license. So a lot of people are buying paintball guns from us to basically shoot anyone who's on their property or trying to get on their property with a solid ball that's basically made of nylon or fiberglass, and it's like a deterrent.
Things have gotten so bad that Liz has been forced to bring armed security for her daily cash out.
Sometimes, when we're busy, then like my dad will come to the range and basically bring his gun, and then we just have that as a extra precautionary measure because, like, you never know what's going to happen. It's like the Wild West at times. Some people watch Wild West movies there's days where you feel like you're in your own Wild West movie in Africa.
Just days after visiting Liz, she was the victim of another armed break-in. Like many other white South Africans, she has now decided to close down her business and attempt to leave the country. South Africa's white population has fallen by 23,000 in the last year, and with the recent surge in murders and the announcement of land expropriation, that number is expected to skyrocket before the end of 2018. To get to the bottom of why this was happening, I wanted to meet some of the nation's policymakers to hear their side of the story. So I managed to secure an interview with Thabo Mokoena, a powerful businessman and a member of the ruling party's provincial executive committee, and someone I have been advised is a major force within the African National Congress.
So there's been like very slow progress in terms of addressing the land or redistributing the land. So we must speed up. And it's not the question that government does not have money for compensation or there is no money for compensation in the system. I think it's just part of the problem is that the bureaucracy is way too slow and then it undermines, the good objective. So you need to have like cutthroat departments that understand the agency and the plight of the people. When they are required to do their work, they must do it.
Are things leaning more towards with or without compensation? I don't know, I'm just curious, yeah.
Look, the decision that has been taken, it's without compensation. There's nothing that government can do that is illegal to the farmers. Neither there is nothing that the farmers can refuse, which is law. So they don't have much options. It is not the intention of the ANC to go and grab the land illegally and that type of thing. No. We will do it within the prescripts of the laws of this particular country. And then if it means that the laws of this country are not adequate to address that, the first thing to do is to introduce the new laws that allows us to be able to. But once it's law, no farmer, no person that can come and say that I am going to disobey this law. No, do it at your own peril.
This seems to be the official party line. Don't worry, everything is fine. Ignore, cover up, and don't mention it. But former financial advisor to the ANC turned political activist Simon Roach has spoken out against this approach in recent years.
Our economy is imploding. The value of our currency has deteriorated dramatically, almost unbelievably. We've been downgraded to junk status. We have an official unemployment rate of about 38%, just over 38%, but an unofficial, in other words, the non-government sources say that it is certainly 50%. We have about 16.3 million, in fact 16.3 million people on social grants and an income tax base of 3.1 million people. Taken together, these are the reasons we believe there will be a civil war. And I'd like to add a final anecdote. We recently had a protest in South Africa against farm murders. The protest was called Black Monday. And afterwards our Minister of Defense said that if whites stage another such protest, they will bring a civil war upon themselves. They will provoke a genocide.
Like the wider situation in South Africa, my conversation with Thabo quickly became messy and confusing, something I began to believe was a tactic to avoid confronting the reality of the situation. The implications of this tactic became increasingly concerning throughout my trip. To simply ignore racial tensions, economic and energy crises, and of course the farm murders seemed shockingly irresponsible as the evidence on the ground continued to mount.
It was at this point that I discovered another phenomenon sweeping the country: white squatter camps. So I went to one such site to investigate it for myself.
This squatter camp, just outside the nation's capital, is one of many across South Africa and is home to some of the country's most disadvantaged people, many of whom have struggled to find work, basic medical care, or even shelter because of the country's black economic empowerment laws. It is built on the site of an old dumping ground and is home to around 60 people, most of whom are children.
We're okay to film?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
All right, this is Donnie. He's going to be a tour guide.
Hi, Donnie. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, well, the place is about people that haven't got place to stay, that stays on the street. So we help them, and there's some of the people that is coming in that's got drug problems and all that. We help them with it, and especially women that is abused with children, and we help them with that. That is what we are doing here. So, and from the public side outside, we don't get any support. So the men here, we are working. We love to do it because, especially women and children, they don't get any support from the government. They don't get support. And we haven't got power or lights, electricity we haven't got here. That's why we got water, but Kobus is supporting us with the water, so he's paying that damages out of his pocket.
Could you tell us just in simple terms why this is here?
Because there's no help for whites in South Africa, not so all, nothing. So our whites land on the streets, they ran to squatter camps because they know there's food and clothes. That's why I started it.
Who builds these houses? You guys do?
Ourselves.
Yeah.
We do it ourselves. We do it ourselves. There's this one guy staying here. Look at this room. One guy.
So without this place open, where would these kids be?
They will be on the streets. Or they will be in foster, or they will be in somebody else's care.
The government doesn't have a whole lot of programs?
No, nothing.
Well, there are poor people of all races in South Africa. People here are often refused help based solely on their race. Miss Grace, the de facto mother of the camp, told me how one resident was refused treatment at a hospital because of the color of his skin, while children in the camp were refused places at a local school for the same reason.
There's nothing. There's in, I think, in 2001, it was stipulated from the government, no support to any whites whatsoever. No aid, nothing.
Why couldn't you go to one of the hostels that the government has set up?
Because of the skin color. Yeah, and yeah, it's not well. We just help white people here because there's no other place that does it. You know, if you go to there's many places I know. Jesus Disciples, Manger, those places they take blacks and they put the whites out. You see, so yeah, that's about it.
So wait, there are places here that will only help blacks but won't help whites?
Yeah, that's true.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Like, people find that a very bizarre idea.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it. It's just the racism going around.
So I'm just here to get my life in order and try to give my daughter a better life.
Were there any other places you could have gone other than here?
No.
Why not?
Nobody else didn't want to help. I've tried a lot, and at the end of the day, Uncle Kobus was the only one that took me in.
This is the only place who could help us with place to stay and things. They are the only ones who helped us with it. No one else wanted.
If it wasn't for them, I would have been in the streets. I want to sleep with my wife and my kids on the street. That's it.
Today I'm suffering because of
people who is like racist with us. And they don't care about our young people because you can't get jobs in them because this side of the earth is bad for us. And I'm not lying, it's bad. No one can get jobs around here, we're suffering badly. Even the youngest kids. I've got a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old. I don't know how I'm going to give them a life around here.
Well, where we lived, things were very dangerous. The one day, there was black people walking in the street, and they shot through our windows. And I went, and the police did nothing.
You can't even walk in the streets around. At night, during the day, they always rape you or they beat you up. They're swearing at you in the language. They know you don't know the language, but they will come and swear at you, breaking you down around you. You don't feel like a person around you anymore. So they're making sure our people, we don't have a life anymore. They will make sure about it.
This is just one of dozens of camps like it in South Africa, a growing testament to the resentment the country's white population now faces. In order to learn more about why anti-white racism is thriving in the country, I spoke to the deputy president of Black First, Land First, one of South Africa's more radical political parties.
Last year, Andile Mqitama founded the Black First, Land First, which he says aims to put land and the economy back in the hands of black South Africans. BLF is taking...
We have to fight in order to attain freedom as the black majority in this country. And the fight has to be located in taking back the land and expropriating back into the people, in seizing the means of production and expropriating everything, or rather redistributing everything equally. A society that would embody a value system that puts black people first will have to be attained through confrontation, unfortunately, because our people have waited for so long, right? We've waited for so long, peaceful, and nothing is happening in terms of changing our lived experience, right? In fact, the settlers know that very well. So we are already at war. Our people are at war in farms now.
White people and persons like Breitenbach are land thieves, and they have no stake to this society, and the black majority understands that, and we will respond accordingly.
I think black people have been patient enough for more than 400 years of colonialism, and we don't want you to feel pity for us. We are coming for you, and we are going to get everything that you own. It's ours.
During my trip, I was worried to see views like these so readily accepted and even celebrated on television and in the print media, particularly given the truth of the history of the Boer people. But is there a solution? I've been told about a remote town with virtually no crime, where the people are content to be separate from the rest of the country. They even have their own currency. Now, what's interesting about this town, and probably one of the biggest reasons it is criticized, is that it is the one place in the world where, by law, only white people are allowed to live. Naturally, I was intrigued and wanted to find out more. So I took a trip to Orania, a town in Northern Cape Province, to find out more. While in Orania, I managed to secure an interview with the mayor. My guide explained to me that Mr. Boshoff had turned down interview requests from mainstream news outlets like CNN and BBC. So I took the rare opportunity to sit down and discuss his vision for the town on camera.
The Orania movement is 30 years old this year. It was created in 1988 when it was quite clear that minority government in South Africa was unsustainable and that some agreement needed to be reached with the majority of the population. One line of thinking was that human rights and constitutional guarantees would suffice to look after Afrikaners' interest in South Africa. It was clear to us and our leaders at that time that it would not be sufficient, that in Africa especially a constitution is not always worth the paper that it's written on, and that we really needed something more structural, more concrete.
One thing that really stands out here is the near total lack of crime. Everywhere I went, people left their cars unlocked with the windows down. I was struck by the sight of a moped with the keys left in the ignition all afternoon, in a country with some of the highest crime rates in the world.
Let me say with a certain amount of pride that if it's not zero, it's quite close to zero. There are petty crimes of different kinds in any community. But in terms of the crime wave that is all over South Africa, we don't have anything of that kind. And there's different ways in which you could reach the point of a close to zero crime rate, and we have succeeded in doing that.
This single white enclave has been the subject of international derision for its apparently racist mission to keep Afrikaner culture alive. But what I soon realized is that the concept behind this town was no different to that of the Black tribal homelands, an area of land 10,000 times the size of Orania that South Africa's white minority are still forbidden to live on today.
It's no more racist than any black community, of which there are literally thousands in South Africa. And I say that because we don't define ourselves in the first instance in terms of race, but in terms of culture and language and a whole tradition.
To people in the West, this town may seem bizarre, but it's clear that like many other places in South Africa, and indeed the world, the people of Orania consider the threat to their culture great enough to take extraordinary steps to ensure its survival.
Orania movement members are more than 5,000 at the moment. So it's small, it's relatively small, but nonetheless, we've created a kind of alternative that is ready to grow.
I was certainly struck by the sense of peace in Orania, something which stood in stark contrast to many of the other towns I visited while in South Africa. Orania is just one potential solution to this crisis, and for the people living there, it seems to be working. On and off camera, many people, both black and white, did suggest segregation as a potential solution to this crisis. And even more worrying is the growing number of people preparing for a race-based civil war if another solution cannot be found.
Simon is now one of the senior members of the Sightlanders, the world's largest non-state civil defense force, a network of around 200,000 members who believe a civil war is coming, and their only option is to be prepared. Simon invited me to the home of one of its members to take a look at the kind of preparations these people are making.
Okay, so these are the preparations of the Erasmus family, which includes a hydroponic system to be taken with them in their vehicles in the event of a civil war, a nationwide anarchy crisis. And these will be laid in their vehicles and taken down so that they can start crops from scratch in any remote area as long as there's water. So they have five cars in their clan, you could say, and then they have that truck that will carry a whole lot of stuff. When they move out, they're building a sort of canopy for the truck for refugees that they will pick up. It's obviously just in the early stages.
That's a dryer for all the veggies. You can even dry meat inside it, you know, and to prepare that food. You know, that can keep us 2-3 years. definitely.
The family doesn't use it for its day-to-day use. It's specifically a preparation for a nationwide anarchy situation.
The scale and thoroughness of these preparations would make you think the apocalypse is just around the corner, but Simon assured me that these were only the preparations of one of thousands of others across the country prepping in the same way. In fact, every year the Sightlanders hold a huge evacuation drill where different groups from across South Africa carry out a complex run-through of their plan for when civil war breaks out, something they believe is inevitable. All this talk of civil war seemed extreme, so I asked Simon how he thought South Africa could go down such a dark path.
I think, Lauren, that it would be a very spontaneous, sudden thing, for the simple reason that South Africa is a bubbling cauldron at the moment. You have seen across South Africa these spontaneous events where people run into a bunch of H&M stores and smash them down. You've seen for yourself this very morning. We arrived on the scene a very short while after a nature conservation facility had been burnt to the ground by disgruntled neighbors. Perhaps it was people who felt that they were owed more jobs or something. We don't know. These things happen so quickly, and so many people are embittered at the moment. Our government is woefully unable to provide modest governance.
The Sightlanders have been criticized by mainstream politicians and media alike for their dramatic approach in dealing with the country's problems. But as the crime wave deepens, and the government's anti-white rhetoric is now being realized in legislation to take white land, I have to wonder, if we were in their shoes, would we be compelled to act in the same way? And could the Sightlanders be preparing for what is becoming an ever more realistic, bloody future in South Africa? What I found most striking about their preparations was that we did not uncover a mass amount of weapons or offensive materials. Instead, we came upon first aid kits, a hydroponic system, and plenty of survival equipment. In fact, every year the Sightlanders hold a huge evacuation drill where different groups across South Africa carry out a complex run-through of their plan for when civil war breaks out, something they believe is inevitable.
Lauren, Sightlanders organization is the first line and the last line of defense in the event that our worst fears are realized and a race-based civil war engulfs South Africa.
If the choice is between segregation and civil war, the future for all South Africans looks bleak. But there is perhaps a third option. Why don't white South Africans just leave? Well, this third option is far more complex than it may appear.
There's no way for the average South African to leave South Africa. You must have, in most of these cases, $300,000. That's 6 million rand. A normal South African doesn't make 6 million rand. So there's just no way for the normal South African to leave.
The Afrikaner people are not recent migrants. Their South African roots date back hundreds of years. They have evolved their own language, their own culture, and are living on land that their families have farmed for generations. Land that was not stolen. I don't blame those that want to stay. There's something biblical about South Africa. You can feel it in the air. Their history lives in the very soil they work every single day, and many will not be convinced to leave it so easily. Beyond this, for those who do wish to leave South Africa, the process and costs have made it nearly impossible for the most vulnerable to travel beyond its borders.
If I can get a chance, I will go. If I can get a better life that side of the seas, I will go. Me and my 2 kids, I need a life to make for them. Because my life is ruined because I don't have a job, there's nothing out there. I want something to happen for them. Because they're still young, I need to get that for them to have a life. Because if they don't have a life, what is going to happen? The blacks is going to kill my kids. There was rumors around here. They said it's going to come in, I don't know when. I don't know which, like Zuma, or, you know, I don't know if it's Zuma or what, Malema or what kind, said if he takes over, he's going to kill our whites.
Despite having never seen anything quite so beautiful as the stars in the South African night sky, or the vast landscapes of the farmlands, I was relieved to come back home.
It's no life to live, putting your children to bed behind gated doors and cell block windows. Having to sleep with pepper spray under your pillow or a gun on your nightstand. Leaving this place is a luxury these people do not have.
My South African journey came to an end, while the people I met are stuck in a home that no longer welcomes them, where they must fight to justify their very existence to a hostile majority.
Does this amount to genocide? Not yet, but according to organizations like Genocide Watch, and taking into account everything I have seen and heard on the ground,
South Africa is stepping closer to that reality every single day. But could there be a light at the end of the tunnel? Coverage of the issue has thrown these farmers and the wider Boer population into the global spotlight, as mainstream media like Fox News, BBC, and even CNN have begun to report on this crisis. And with this story set to play out on the world stage, it will be for South Africans to face their future. But now, at least one thing is certain. With the world awakening to the plight of these people, they won't be facing it alone.
You never know what's going to happen. It's like the Wild West at times. Some people watch Wild West movies. There's days where you feel like you're in your own Wild West movie in Africa.
Hello and welcome to another episode of All Cultures Are Beautiful. This time we'll be dealing with a crisis in the landlocked West African nation of Burkina Faso. Because Burkina Faso has a real problem. People keep stealing penises using magic. And understandably, the local men are not happy about it. In fact, they've begun to take the law into their own hands and lynch any man accused of stealing another man's penis. An example of this happened in 2014, when a man was killed by a mob in Koudougou, a town in central Burkina Faso, after being accused of making another man's penis disappear. As a local journalist reported, the lynching took place in the 10th district of Koudougou. It all started with a fight at a restaurant between two men, with one accusing the other of having cast a spell on him by simply touching him. The accused man was a foreigner, and his accuser called the police. But before the police could arrive, a crowd had gathered around them, and incensed, the residents decided to lynch the man in the middle of the street. The police arrived and did all they could, but apparently there were not enough of them to control the crowd's anger. And so the alleged penis thief met his demise in the middle of the town, for the high crime of stealing another man's penis using witchcraft. This is by far the only allegation of penis theft in Burkina Faso. The journalist says, "Since then, I have counted a dozen similar cases in the city, and it's always the same story. Someone complains about being approached and touched by a stranger, someone not from the neighborhood. Immediately, the alleged victim complains of lower stomach pains, tremors, and say they can't feel their genitals anymore. This only happens with men, and I've been told of it happening in several different parts of town." Although the crowds were quick to anger and lynch the penis thieves, in order to discourage other alleged thieves, when doctors examined the victims of the penis thieves, they couldn't find anything wrong with them. As in, their penises were still intact. These allegations are not new and have been happening for at least 15 years in West Africa, causing nearly 300 deaths and 3,000 injuries in the region. Upon investigation, it was found that this is actually part of a scam, where con artists, usually in groups of 2 or 3, carry out this scam in 3 parts. First, someone who claims to have magical powers touches a victim and persuades him that they've stolen his genitals. Then another accomplice approaches the victim and drives home the point, saying that if the victim doesn't buy a specific product, he'll lose his ability to reproduce. Finally, the victim pays a hefty sum of around €45 for a Viagra-like medicine that is supposed to make his genitals work again. But in the defense of the poor, innocent and beautiful people of Burkina Faso, they weren't to know this, and lynching someone for stealing someone else's penis is probably a fair and appropriate punishment. I'm sure we can all agree.
Alright everyone, I think I just talked about Ebola yesterday or the day before. Now we've got more Ebola news actually right now, which is that another worker there was killed. Not a foreign worker, but one of their local sort of trainees. They've been training small groups of people, especially in the smaller outlands areas that they can't effectively do anything in, on how to sort of respond when there's an Ebola case, how to quarantine, the basics of sanitation and shit. Coordination and communication with larger centers so that you can get like serums, so you can get vaccines to an area that might be afflicted. It's not working too well though, because a mob attacked the Ebola center and started looting it. Now, I'm not 100% sure whether it's been confirmed whether there were Ebola patients there at the time, but if there's ever been an Ebola case in this particular clinic, there could be some contamination to worry about. Yeah, probably a bunch more people just gave themselves Ebola. Again, because of their fucking civil war over there. I'm not sure exactly why the world community thinks it's a good idea to stand by, looking at the powder keg, looking at the fuse already lit, and not even try to stomp it out. It's like they just don't give a fuck. It's actually very mysterious to me at this point. Why didn't you learn from the West African Ebola epidemic a few years ago, when something like 20,000 people may ultimately have died? Tens of thousands of others infected. Some of these people have lingering symptoms. It's like the bubonic plague or something. They're riddled with disease for the rest of their lives too. And be a disaster if it escapes containment. And at this point, it looks like it probably will. It looks like they're going to sit by, they're shipping in serum and stuff that shows some degree of success, okay? Like 10, 20% reduction in the death rate. That's good. That means there's human beings left over, you know, after this all blows over, even if it goes total pandemic mode. But, you know, how much serum do you think you can make? And as far as the vaccine, it's still in its experimental testing stage. They've mass deployed it, and they say that it shows some degree of effectiveness. That's not really going to matter. You have a civil war going on. You have cases, I'm sure, plenty of them. You probably have twice as many cases as you're seeing calculated. They're saying 1,200 dead. I can't remember how many infected. Okay, double that. That's probably what you're actually dealing with. But if you look at the growth rate of new cases, being as high as it already is in the calculated sense, I'm sure it is far higher. And it's a ticking time bomb too, because there have been several clinic attacks within the span of time, fairly recently, that would mean that those people might have flu-like symptoms, but they probably don't have Ebola symptoms, and they're walking around fucking Butembo of all places. A city with as many fucking people in it as Boston now is infected with Ebola. This never happened in the West African epidemic. It didn't hit any of these major urban centers. It never took hold in Freetown or something like that. No, it stayed in the smaller outlying regions. It was mostly a village epidemic. This one has already taken hold in several urban areas. Butembo, and then I can't remember the other one that's near Butembo actually is even bigger, has an international airport. There have been cases there. Lord help them if it takes hold. How are they going to stop it from going to another country? Somebody doesn't even have symptoms, they've got Ebola, they get on a plane, they go to Cairo, and all of a sudden, on a crowded street, there's 10,000 fucking people in the marketplace and they start sneezing. Nobody expects anything. Nobody suspects anything, so they're not wiping down doorknobs and covering their faces or anything like that. The person who's sick might not even know they're sick. That's the worst of all possible scenarios. Maybe it escapes the African continent, we have homegrown native cases. What if it hits China? You got to understand, Africa increasingly is tied to East Asia, especially China, for trade purposes and development purposes. Chinese engineer working in Africa happens to be get Ebola. Goes back to Beijing, a city of how many millions of people? How high a population density does it have? Starts sneezing in the market stall. He goes to his second job is as a chef. He's helping prepare the family meal or something of 20 fucking people. They all go out. Now some of them have Ebola. They go out. One of them sells shoes. Another one, imagine, works in a hospital where people are already immunocompromised because they're already sick or injured or something. Oh my goodness, can you imagine? Thankfully in China, there's no such thing as human rights, so I guess they can just cordon off the hospital and burn it to the ground or something, which is probably what the Communist Party there would do, by the way, if that happened. And save a lot of lives by killing a bunch of people, but here we don't do that. What if there's a case in New York City? Well, I mean, it could go anywhere. This is a ticking time bomb. You have people attacking the clinics. Now, think about the mentality of a group of people that is irate enough or dumb enough or both to go into a clinic that might be infected with a disease that is essentially incurable. It kills half the people who get it. In the most gruesome possible fucking way, by the way. I mean, bleeding out of every orifice, shitting blood, pissing blood, vomiting blood, sweating blood, and sometimes fucking blood dripping from their gums and eyes. Think about it. These people think that it's wise to attack such a clinic and attack the people trying to save their lives if Ebola does come to their neck of the woods. You've got to be fucking crazy. And the outside world, what did they say a month ago? They said something about they think that they should stop guarding the aid workers with soldiers because it intimidates people. It looks bad. It makes people nervous, so maybe they don't go to the clinic. You are nuts. If I'm a foreign aid worker, let's say that I'm a doctor in the U.S. I'm like, well, maybe I'll volunteer. I'm going to go overseas and save some orphans or something. Oh, well, there's an Ebola epidemic. That'd be some high-level fucking training. You'd probably get some street cred for that. I'm going to go over and wear a suit 24/7 that's barely gets washed. In jungle fucking 90-degree heat and 100% humidity, I'm going to put this rubber suit on and go and dabble with a disease that has a 50-50 chance of killing me if I get it. That sounds like my idea of a month-long African vacation. Okay, so I'm a crazy doctor, and I'm willing to do that because I'm probably young and I believe that doctors should be selfless still and haven't become bitter by watching so many patients die. And then they don't even want to guard me while I'm there, like have a couple dudes there to make sure that hopefully I don't get shot in the head. Or that people come in and loot. What if they rip my suit in the process of that? What if they beat me over the head and break the suit open? There's Ebola fucking everywhere and I get infected. Yeah, no thanks. I think that I'll go and volunteer in Cambodia instead. Go with Rand Paul to some remote country and do free eye surgeries or something. At that point, the number of people volunteering for this is going to decline over time if it gets worse and worse. That's the other problem, is manpower. The local manpower. When those volunteers hear that one of their fellow volunteers was killed during an Ebola clinic looting, the smart ones will leave. They won't volunteer anymore. They'll say, no, it's too dangerous. I don't want any fucking thing to do with your fucking Ebola clinic. Get the fuck out of our country and let us deal with it for all it's worth. That's basically what's going to happen. Eventually, people have to withdraw. They already withdrew their doctors from several locations because of ongoing attacks and violence there. I mean, how are you going to stop the Ebola? Nobody's giving me an idea of how they're going to stop it. They deploy 100,000 or so vaccines in affected areas. That's fine. It doesn't seem to have stopped the growth rate of the disease. Let's hope that there's a delayed effect and it tamps it down and allows you to get control of the situation. Oh, that's right. There's still a civil war to worry about. Nobody even talks about it half the time anymore. Barely anybody knows that there's an epidemic of an extremely deadly, mutation-prone disease that at any given time could go fully airborne, wipe out half the world's population, simmering there in Central Africa. Most people don't even know it's happening. Mystifying to me. That's about all. Peace out.
Do you guys want this to be a competition? Is it time that we go through black productions and just cast white people? Just as a fuck you. Hey, fuck you. You took The Little Mermaid, we're taking Kunta Kinte. I'm casting Justin Bieber in the remake of Roots. He's a great actor. I think he could really emote the way Kunta needs to. Is anything sacred? And by the way, nice colorism in picking the lightest skinned black woman in the history of time. This woman takes a 23andMe, it's coming back with, you're white as shit. You literally have one drop of black blood. I remember the original Little Mermaid took heat. Okay, we're talking in the late 80s, it's taken heat because it cast a black voice to play the crab. First of all, the crab, what was his name? Sebastian. He was the right-hand man, the right-hand crab of the king. King Triton, who was white, obviously a white old man, just like God. Let's not forget that. So, hold on, that just rocked my world. I just rocked my own world. King Triton is black because the Little Mermaid's dad is the king of the sea. Wait a minute, so who are they casting for that? James Earl? Hey, James Earl, what's your waistline like? We gotta fit you for your merman outfit. And so now, not just King Triton, all her sisters. You know her slightly uglier sisters who have to be uglier because she's gotta be the one to shine because she's a princess? Yeah, they're all black. It's a fucking black fest under there. So is it an ethno-state? Did they just turn Atlantis into Wakanda? You made it, black people. You finally made it. Fuck reparations. The Little Mermaid is black. You did it. Oh, one thing could be insensitive. When you make a black person part fish, are you dehumanizing them? I think it's too soon after slavery for us to throw out these assertions like some blacks are part fish. I don't know if they're psychologically capable of dealing with that. So my Rotten Tomatoes review is going to be quite nasty. So this phenomenon is fairly new, taking a Disney movie and recasting it for live action. It's happened not that many times, like a...
Rei Leão faz uma parte que passa na parte das savanas, parte da África onde são as savanas. Não havia pretos antes dos europeus chegarem à África, a acessar a África, que é baseado num livro que é baseado na obra de Shakespeare, Macbeth. Também devia ser as personagens são todas pretas, quando deviam ser todas brancas.
Aladdin, that's it. And what did we see in Aladdin? Every character was Arab. Okay, they went out of their way to cast people from the Middle East.
No live action do Rei Leão não há único branco.
Not a white person in sight. But with a European fairy tale, feel free to just come in and go buck wild. What's
o Aladino nem sequer é árabe. O Aladino é... O Aladino é chinês. Quando foi trazido de chinês para inglês, é que passou para passar na Arábia Saudita.
Angled, the story of Rapunzel, which I believe is what, German? She had long blonde hair. Is that going to turn into a long blonde weave? because I've seen World Star Hip Hop, and that shit falls off ASAP. Okay, so if you're planning to crawl up her hair, you got another thing coming. And I have been informed that Lin-Manuel Miranda will do the songs for this, which means what? Of course he's got to write another song. At least. He's got to hip-hop it up, y'all. Look at this stuff, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think that black power is sweet?
Ele meteu na música e eu vou trocar por droga. Qualquer coisa assim na música.
La 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 la. The girl who has everything. Can we get Prince Eric? Okay? Can we compromise? Give us Prince Eric. I want Prince Eric to be Chris Helmsworth, and I want him to pile drive this woman in the gash. I want him to fuck her like she's never been fucked before. Then I will sign off on this. So yeah, back to Sebastian the Crab though. They took heat in the 80s because he was like Rastafarian. He had an accent. And he was like, under the sea, yeah, under the sea. And they thought, who is this guy? What is this? Blackface? Vaudeville? Don't worry, be happy. Ooh, ooh. That's how we liked our blacks in the 80s, like all positive and shit. Like Uncle Ben. We didn't want no militant Black Panther, you're all fucking racist, fuck you. Who wants that black? I want steel drum crab black. So can we swap his race out? Can Sebastian the Crab be white? We gave you Ariel. You give us Sebastian the Crab. This is war. Cultural war we are witnessing. They are squatting on my memories of my adolescence and taking a full explosive shit on it. Heavy. Heavy is the load and heavy lies the crown. Is this Lisa Bonet's daughter? Who ironically is married to Aquaman, who is only partially white, I am guessing. So I'm at a loss, people. I don't know what to do. It's time for angry emails. It's time for a GoFundMe. It's time to fire off the flares. You know, I mean, this shit will not stand. You know what's interesting though? One thing about the Little Mermaid, Ariel, and I'm talking about the white Ariel. Baby got back, and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny that when a mermaid walks in with a skinny little waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung? Is that the lyric? I don't know. I'm sure Lin-Manuel Miranda is going to come up with some dope bars. Whimsical, Lin-Manuel, whimsical. And so I made a music video highlighting the degree to which the Little Mermaid has a fat ass. What we refer to affectionately as a POG. P-A-W-G, a fat ass white girl. Now, you could split hairs and say it's not an ass, it's more of a fish rump, but it's close enough. It all works. So I made a music video a couple years back and it got just hundreds of thousands of views, something like that, I don't know. I'm gonna play it for you now in case you've missed it. And I don't know what kind of an ass this 1/3 black chick has, but I'm guessing it's rotund, and perhaps they will play that up. But for now, pour your alcohol out for the red-headed, freckle-faced, white-as-fuck mermaid known as Ariel, the Little Mermaid, who is, was, and always will be a white woman. And I will leave you with this. If you try to make Snow White a black chick, I will riot. Bye!
Call it Paul Bubba Sparks. Yeah, booty, rockin' everywhere.
Vamos ver isto, mas eu vou mostrar até.
Booty, rockin' everywhere. Booty, rockin' everywhere. Rockin' everywhere. I found you, this new booty. Get it together and bring it back to me. Hit the Players Club for about a month or two. Put a tan on it, then see what it do. I found you, this new booty. Get it together and bring it back to me. Hit the Players Club for about a month or two. Put a tan on it, then see what it do. Under the sea, under the sea.
So Ariel from the
Don't get it better, take it from me. I'm not sure they do day. Out in the sun, they slave away. Out in the boat, you put out you floating under the sea. Girl, I don't need you, but you need me. Take it off, let it flop, shake it freely. And I don't tell stories, I let them tell themselves. And you ain't gotta sell sex, girl, it sell itself like nothing else. Yeah, I'm a country boy, but that big city boss fill me up with joy. Ain't like grand, live it up, daddy. Here goes the whisper song, baby, this is us. here know how to jam here under the sea. Each little slug here got thing a rug here under the sea. Each little snail here know how to whale here. That's why it's hotter under the water. Yeah, we look here down in the muck here under the sea.
Ok, antes de vermos este vídeo, há alguns comentários que eu gostava de ver que eu acho interessantes aqui neste. E este concordo totalmente. Ela é nórdica, por isso é que ela não podia ser preta. Ela consegue nadar e os pretos não conseguem nadar, não sabem mesmo nadar, não é? Fala mesmo daquela agora da. O cabelo dela também não é típico de preto, não, é Rastafari, ou não parece que é uma peruca, como o da Michelle parece que é uma peruca. Ela quer se casar. A maior parte dos pretos em África do Sul, nos Estados Unidos da América e na Europa, somente na Inglaterra, não preferem ter filhos fora do casamento, e muitos filhos fora do casamento, e os pais desaparecem. É mais raro encontrar um pai preto que toma conta dos filhos e que não desaparece do que e que não anda na pouca vergonha do que ganhar milhões. Outra vez a questão.
Little Mermaid is being recast as a black woman. Well, goodness me. I'm shocked.
Já disse que a BBC fez um documentário em que um dos maiores símbolos do feminismo, que é Joana d'Arc, era preta, em vez de ser branca e francesa.
So that Disney would take a jab at white people. Who could have seen that coming, eh? I have to admit, I'm not really up to date on pop culture much these days. I used to be a massive film buff. I used to go to the cinema at least twice a week in my early 20s and watch countless films on DVD in between. But now, my enthusiasm has fallen off a cliff, and it's been dead in the water for a number of years now. I don't think it's a coincidence that this drop-off has occurred in parallel to my political awakening. In fact, it's undeniable that the more right-wing I become, the fewer films I watch. It doesn't take a genius to work out why, does it? Modern Hollywood mainly acts as an arm of globalist politics. The messaging it puts out in its biggest and most profitable franchises always echoes the mainstream liberal dogma that the West has been consumed with. Feminism, sexual liberation, diversity. It's all there and it's all used frequently by the bigwigs who own the film industry, and we all know who those people are. I suppose the biggest example of this recently is the Star Wars franchise. Kathleen Kennedy, the head of Lucasfilm, has never been shy of showing off her feminist agenda, literally wearing it on her sleeve. In combination with this, Disney's insistence on forced diversity has manifested itself in the new films, with the end result being a crew of protagonists that essentially ticks off every box on the progressive list. A strong female hero, the ethnic minority supporting characters, a Hispanic man, a black guy and an Asian woman. There was even an outwardly racial activist droid in the Han Solo film, who constantly talked about droid civil rights. Oh, it was incredibly subtle. All of the old heroes from the original films have been pushed aside. They killed Han, Luke turned into a grumpy MGTOW, and Princess Leia, while getting a bit more leeway because she is a woman, still kind of just stood around, occasionally criticising the men around her, along with her purple-headed friend. It was a clear message from Disney. The older white generation needs to step aside, and the new, multicoloured, dynamic, young rainbow heroes are the future. Of course, they still kept all the bad guys white, but, you know, white people are bad, so that makes sense. The fan backlash to The Last Jedi in particular was massive. The film was downvoted across the internet, and thousands of people took to YouTube to vent their frustrations. Because at the end of the day, Star Wars was a franchise for white men. I mean that in the sense that white men were the most likely fan base for the series. Science fiction and fantasy are genres that, on the whole, appeal to this group of people the most. Disney knew this too and set about trying to change that target audience. And you can only do that by pissing off the actual audience and aiming for a completely different demographic. This type of social engineering doesn't usually go down too well. But while the fans were rabid in their condemnation for the new direction Star Wars was taking, the films will still make a fortune at the box office, because Disney will push through their agenda and the consumers will buy tickets no matter what. The phrase "get woke, go broke" simply doesn't apply to companies like Disney or franchises like Star Wars and Marvel. They're too big to fail, and they've monopolised the film industry to such an extent that they can push consumerism on the audience with no real resistance at all. You can whine about feminism all day long, but the truth is there's no point closing the stable door after the horse has bolted, and it certainly has here. And this brings me on to the news that The Little Mermaid has been recast as a black woman, which has caused another huge internet stir among fans of the original. This time, instead of just having more feminism and general diversity, Disney have taken the step to go balls out and race swap an iconic white character. Again, the backlash will have been expected, but it doesn't matter. The film will still go on to make a truckload of cash regardless. Even the people raging at this decision, half of them will probably go see it as well. If for no other reason than to review it on their YouTube channels and complain even more. Now, I could use the rest of this video to moan about this casting choice and complain endlessly about it. But I actually want to look at the positive side of this, and there is a positive side of this, because we can use this casting choice and all future examples to our advantage. This debate about racial representation in Hollywood is simply a debate that we cannot win. The truth is, the left have been crying about whitewashing for years. They've made a hell of a noise whenever a non-white novel, or usually a Japanese anime, is portrayed in a Western adaptation by a white actor. Back in my early 20s, I'd see various websites complaining about this constantly, places like Tumblr and BuzzFeed, and I'd always be utterly bemused by it. Because at the time, and this is important, I was still looking through a civic nationalist lens, and I didn't get the big deal. I'd say stuff like, well, what does race have to do with it? It's the writing and story that really matters. Little did I know that I was on the road to nowhere. Fast forward to now, as Hollywood is recasting white characters as other races, and you can see how perception changes. Now it's the left who are repeating, why do you care about Ariel's race? She's a mermaid. That has nothing to do with it. It's just a Disney movie. The double standard here is so obvious that it goes well beyond a debate around casting, because in the left's justification of this, they can't help but show their true colours in regards to white people as a whole, and their views on Western civilization and what it means to be European and all of these questions that we constantly talk about in this corner of the internet. Let me read you an official statement by a Disney channel named Freeform, who came out in defense of the new casting choice. Yes, the original...
Europeus não podem ser black. Europeus são brancos. Ok? Como eu disse ao meu familiar, que eu não vou dizer quem é, europeus são brancos.
The author of The Little Mermaid was Danish. Ariel is a mermaid. She lives in an underwater kingdom in international waters and can legit swim wherever she wants. But for the sake of argument, let's say that Ariel too is Danish. Danish mermaids can be black because Danish people can be black. Black Danish people, and thus merfolk, can also genetically, 3 exclamation marks, have red hair. But spoiler alert, bring it back to the top. The character of...
Eu já na Dinamarca não se viola pessoas porque ofereceram peixe. Ou não se caça pessoas que sofrem de albinismo, não se caça pessoas que são albinas para capturar o ouro ou o ouro, não é? Para fazer magia.
Ariel is a work of fiction. So after all of this is said and done, and you still cannot get past the idea that choosing the incredible, sensational, highly talented, gorgeous Halle Bailey is anything other than the inspired casting that it is because she doesn't look like the cartoon one, oh boy, do I have some news for you about you. Cough, racists! The mental gymnastics of this statement are there for everyone to see. The statement acknowledges that The Little Mermaid is a Danish story. In fact, it's a Danish fairy tale, first published in 1837. One could argue that it could take a little seat at the table of European folklore. It's certainly a meaningful piece of European culture and history. It's certainly much more historical than the, let's say for example, Japanese anime remade by Westerners that everyone on the left always flips out about, isn't it? There's no cultural appropriation argument coming from the left here. Nobody's sticking up for the Danish culture. I don't think many black people were in Denmark in 1837 though, I have to say. And additionally, if Danish people can be black anyway, surely white people can be Japanese? Because if Danish people can be so genetically un-Danish, surely everyone else in the world can be equally un-whatever they are too. And the insistence that The Little Mermaid is fiction, guys, as if because it's made up, race shouldn't even be a factor of discussion, well, sorry to break it to you guys, but most things put out in Hollywood are fiction, yet the anger about racial casting is only allowed to go one way. To boil this down, white people in contemporary anime remakes bad, black people in 19th century historical Danish fairy tales perfectly fine, acceptable, and desirable. Glad we got that straight. Listen, it's making me sound like I actually care about The Little Mermaid or the Disney remake. I really don't. I'm not going to go see it, but do you see what I mean about this being an unwinnable debate? Did you see how the very civilization that produced a story such as The Little Mermaid is trivialized and belittled and twisted to fit whatever narrative they want to spin? This isn't about equal representation in entertainment. It's about racial supremacy in culture. It's about diminishing the icons of white fiction and stealing ownership of them. And in doing so, stealing the fruits of the culture itself to be used in a completely alien manner in the future for whatever ends the powers that be desire. Why are we always told it's important to have a black James Bond? Why do people say it would be a great step forward, a breath of fresh air, another barrier broken down? Why can't a new, separate character be created who is black? Why wouldn't...
Exatamente, criem suas próprias histórias. Não é tão difícil criar grupo de pessoas enorme, o maior grupo de pessoas no mundo, que são os pretos, o maior grupo de pessoas que existe. A maioria das pessoas do mundo vivem em Sub-Saharan África, criam suas próprias histórias.
A white Shaft carry the same weight, or a white Panther? Well, it's obvious. Shaft and Black Panther are black characters and nobody would ever dream of recasting them as anything other than black, because they're culturally significant to black people. James Bond is unmistakably white, unmistakably British. The character is also
bocadinho português, mas a história foi escrita em Portugal.
Entwined with those identities. But Mr. Bond, I'm afraid, doesn't get the same cultural protection as Shaft and Mr. Panther. And the truth is, having a black actor portray the iconic spy would attack the very idea of Britishness at its core. It would be another hurdle cleared, and then they'd be on to the next, and that's the goal. But the positive aspect of all of this is more and more white people are waking up to the aggressive agenda being used against them. Surely the fans getting angry at a black Little Mermaid understand somewhere within them what is going on. They can't cling to the same old excuses anymore about racial identity not mattering, because clearly it does. If it didn't, why are people pissed off? Why are people even bothering to comment on it at all? How can they attack the left on one hand by saying race shouldn't matter, only the story should, and then on the other hand foam at the mouth about a mermaid being the wrong colour? Has the penny dropped yet, lads? This is just a microcosm of the bigger war being waged, the war of identity. What makes us us? What makes a nation a nation? Why does the race of a cartoon character matter in the grand scheme of things? Why do so many people care? The answer is, even though Hollywood and other global entities have flooded our culture and brains with nonsense and propaganda for decades, they can never truly in an endless cycle of remakes and reboots.
Bem, esses remakes são completamente preguiçosos e lazy, preguiçosos. Pronto, só mais uma vez, o que eu queria dizer ao meu familiar, que eu não vou nomear, dizer quem é, ao meu familiar, europeus não podem ser pretos, somente antes do final do século XX. Dinamarqueses não podem ser pretos. Dinamarqueses são exclusivamente brancos, principalmente antes do final do século XX. Pronto, boa noite e até à próxima.
It's a very, very
Listen, I know the phrase, the world's gone mad, is a massive boomer cliche. But Jesus Christ, if this planet is a computer simulation created in an alien high school science lab, the alien teenagers who created it have all left school, wasted their 20s, embraced meth addiction, and had nervous breakdowns. The 4th of July celebration coincided with this delightful new trend.
Lick it. Oh, you foul. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Oh, you're a honing.
Because your ancestors totally died for your sacred right to lick ice cream and put it back in the freezer. Girl.
Let's put that shit back. Let's go, let's go.
Six-year-old Lanice Martin, you can see him here in the video, licking the top of a Bluebell ice cream tub, moving his finger around the top, licking it again, and then putting it back into the freezer.
It has been one messy fucking morning. Nice and minty and fresh. Thank you guys. Have an amazing day.
At least when the idiots were eating Tide Pods, they were only putting themselves at risk. Apparently, the risk of 20 years in prison for food tampering is totally worth it for a few million views on Instagram. Andy Warhol said, in the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes. But was that transient rush of narcissistic fulfillment really worth it for this to define your life forever? Still, I guess the embarrassment could be worse.
Oh my god. Dublin is Ireland. Did you know that? Is Italy in Rome or Rome in Italy? Yes, Rome is in Italy. Rome is the capital of Italy. Do you see what I mean? Is Barcelona in Rome? Barcelona is in Italy. I thought it was Spanish.
Dozens of people were shot and 5 were killed in Chicago over the 4th of July weekend. So just thank God that police officers are guarding tubs of Ben & Jerry's at your local Walmart.
Burp on your zesty salsa. Burp on your mashed potatoes. I bet you wish you could buy all the products that I just burped on.
I bet you wish you could find a transcendent purpose in life that goes beyond your addiction to the vacuous, yes, girl, fleeting internet clout that renders you a hollowed out, decrepit shell of a human being. But it ain't happening. If If there's anything worse than eating pre-licked ice cream, it's drinking the dirty bathwater of some skanky ethot. Oh, that actually happened. Yes, everyone's favourite obvious harbinger of imminent societal collapse, Belle Delphine, is selling her own bathwater for $30 a pop.
Rise up, gamer boys. It's time to get your gamer girl bathwater.
And so many pathetic incels made the purchase, it's sold out within 48 hours. Apparently this has already led to the breakup of numerous relationships. Now she's selling an entire tub of it. On the one hand, you have to admire Belle Delphine's relentless predatory capitalism. But on the other, you want to find the nearest corner, curl up in the fetal position, and tremble uncontrollably about the utter state of Western masculinity. Owning Belle Delphine's bathwater is kind of like owning the Shroud of Turin. But whereas Jesus Christ was the Son of God, rose from the dead, and went on to become the central figure in the world's largest religion, Belle Delphine's most noteworthy talents consist of her doing this, petting googly-eyed dead octopuses, and chucking eggs at mirrors. Standards have slipped. I looked at the Gamer Bathwater Girl's 4 million follower Instagram, and it's like I've been teleported 80 years into the future and no longer have the slightest grip on culture. There's a certain line between ballsy entrepreneurship and utter soulless degeneracy. That line has well and truly been crossed. What's next? Gamer boy cummies. The US women's soccer team beat a bunch of other women to win the World Cup, leading many to demand they get equal pay to the men. I mean, it's not like the Women's World Cup earned nearly $6 billion less in revenue than the men's, and it's not like based on that revenue, equal pay would mean the women getting paid little over than 2% of what the men get paid. It's not like the US women's professional soccer team got beat 5-2 by a bunch of 14-year-old boys. Maybe they should get paid the most. It's only fair, right?
We have to love more, hate less.
Unless you hate your own country and the 63 million people in it who voted for the current president, in which case, hate is fine.
What do you have to say? What do you deserve? You deserve all of it.
And Pinot holding a trophy and a bottle of champagne and yelling, "I deserve this," is a mood, an inspiration, a battle cry for women nationwide.
Yeah, it's a mood, if that mood is obnoxious and insufferable clown.
Shut your mouth! Listen up for a second. First day of camp, but something really important. Okay, we're not women's soccer. We're not the NFL. If there's anybody here that's going to be disrespectful to either the American or the Canadian national anthem, grab your gear and get the fuck out now.
But seriously, the women should get equal pay. Because all those men who pretended to be interested in women's soccer for the last 3 weeks will totally continue to be interested in women's soccer. And it totally wasn't just a lame effort at woke virtue signalling / pathetic attempt to get laid. And the media's relentless promotion of it every 5 fucking minutes totally wasn't identity politics social engineering. The mother of Desmond is Amazing, the 12-year-old drag queen kid, complained about a paedophile sexualizing her son, because when she forced him to dance around while attendees threw money at him at a gay club in New York, that totally wasn't sexualizing him.
I don't understand what the controversy is.
Gee, I wonder if that same pedo will be watching CBC's new documentary about drag queen kids, which totally isn't sexualizing them either.
What has this world come to?
But who am I to judge? June was Pride Month. July the 6th was Pride Weekend. 2019 is Pride Year. The 21st century is Pride Century. Where's your rainbow flag, bigot? Because these transnational corporations, many of which do their most lucrative business in countries where they still imprison and torture gay people, totally believe in LGBT rights and totally aren't cashing in on that pink pound virtue signal for a slice of free woke advertising. Must be difficult being so oppressed that the entire globalist capitalist oligopoly has your back.
And don't teach our children that gay is okay, because in Islam, gay is not okay.
Есть, знаете, вот эта современная так называемая либеральная идея, да?
Meanwhile, nearly half of America remains convinced that there are literal legions of Nazis about to take over the country, and that actual concentration camps exist, and that one of the ways to prevent Nazis taking over is to violently bully an 8-year-old off the internet because she parodied AOC. That's reasonable. When you beat a gay journalist to brain damage, send death threats to an 8-year-old girl and protest the 4th of July all in the same week.
Hans, are we the baddies?
The Nazis are apparently using this Betsy Ross version of the American flag to organise their planned insurrection. This white supremacist motif is so powerful that giant versions of it are being displayed at mass Nazi rallies attended by hundreds of thousands of people. Oh no, wait, that was Barack Obama's inauguration.
What has this world come to?
But Americans, I'm sorry to break it to you, but if there ever was a clown World Cup, you're always going to come off second best to the United Kingdom. Guess what our government did to the hero of the London Bridge attack? The guy who bravely fought off 2 Islamic terrorists in hand-to-hand combat as they slashed at his throat. The patriot whose actions almost certainly saved other people's lives. Guess what they did to that guy? They put him on a terrorist watch list and forced him to attend de-radicalization classes. Oh, and the widow of one of the London Bridge terrorists, she gets taxpayer-funded legal aid. The actual victims of that same terrorist, they get fuck all. But hey, at least our police are finally being dispatched to deal with the chronic knife crime and murder epidemic plaguing the streets of London. Oh no, my bad, they were sent to have their faces painted so they could brag on Twitter about marching at the gay pride parade, even as people in surrounding areas at the same time were literally being stabbed to death. Londoners are fleeing the capital in record numbers, primarily due to soaring violent crime. Children are sewing up their own wounds to avoid arrest. Even pet donkeys aren't safe from the knife crime wave. But hey, at least all those middle-class white kids got to pay 250 quid so they could get selfies at the Glastonbury Stormzy gig and feel all self-righteous, because it's totally the police's fault that all those black kids are killing each other, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with them having to keep up with the level of violence imported by Congolese and Somalian immigrants. But at least Morrissey's been completely ostracised from the music industry for daring to say diversity is not a strength.
They're not going to change me. This is me. Just take me as I am.
I mean, obviously Morrissey didn't see the footage from last night in Paris, which served as another reminder that yes, diversity is a strength, as proven by Algerian football fans who celebrated their team win by wielding chainsaws, rioting and looting shops. Obviously Morrissey has been radicalised by that well-known hate preacher, an all-round intolerant bigot, the Dalai Lama.
Keep Europe for Europeans.
It's absolutely crucial for you to help me fight the war on free speech by supporting me via Subscribe Star, link in description, and also signing up for my free newsletter at summit.news/newsletter.
I knew it was coming after watching her documentary Borderless. Lauren Southern announced she is quitting political commentary and leaving public life. But I will say more on that at the end. I watched Borderless, and no, I was not expecting a grand masterpiece on the migrant crisis, and she shouldn't be expected to make it, but I didn't expect it to be such a downer. There are some major things that Borderless didn't say that need to be said. But first, let's run through the best part of the film. Without a doubt, and I thank her team for this, is when they caught the nasty Ariel Ricker, the executive director of Advocates Abroad, a major NGO, admitting that they teach migrants how to lie and trick Europeans so they will be let into their countries. That was great stuff.
This is acting. All of this is acting. It's all acting as though this is theater. For them to get through, they must act right here in the theater. And that is the refugee and trauma. So we coach people how to have these characteristics. There's a formula we came up with. Significant events, date, and location. Answer all these questions in the same way. In December 2017 in Izmir, Turkey, I was threatened for being a Christian because my boss and his friends dropped me when I was leaving my church. This is the Bible they tried to tear up. This is the crucifix I was wearing that they tried to tear. And it made me feel unsafe as a Christian in Turkey. But boom. So consistency is the most important thing. Even if you find yourself in a position where you have to lie.
Okay, so they didn't touch this, but so many others pointed it out. Ariel Ricker is an American-Israeli woman who went to Europe as a foreigner to then help other foreigners illegally bust their way into Europe. A foreigner helping other foreigners displace natives. And to this, people respond, what does it matter if she's says people who then point out the race or ethnicity or religion of all other peoples. It matters because they make up a large number of NGOs and other orgs who are the biggest advocates for mass immigration into Europe. But they don't do this for Israel. Ariel, advocating for mass immigration into Europe, said she'd give her life to protect the state of Israel, an ethno-nation for the Jewish people. But for Europe, she'll break laws to push them to become nations for everyone. But you see, questioning their motives is dangerous investigative journalism. When we pointed out IsraAid, another NGO doing something similar, it was deleted from YouTube and we received a naughty strike. It is not allowed. If you want to be a famous investigative reporter, that's not going to do it. Yes, I'm against any NGOs working to smuggle people into Europe, but why do so many have this one thing in common? I question this, and that is why I am so vehemently attacked and lied about. Even Lauren hasn't spoken with me, although I reached out. It's the kiss of journalism career death, or life for others. It depends on what's important to you. Now on to the major weak spots of her big conclusion. She only focuses on the symptom of the migrant crisis and appeals to emotion, and does not go deep into who and why. Instead, it was, have compassion for migrants too. They're a lot like us, I think she means Europeans, with hopes and dreams, just born into unfortunate situations, that they sacrificed a lot to get here and were sold a lie. She interviews a handful of migrants and comes to the conclusion that although many aren't true refugees, that they left successful careers and family or paid a lot to come to paradise and were screwed over by smugglers because they were sold a lie, that many have nowhere to live, no work, no money, and it's sad when they're freezing in the winter, but nobody seems to care. Her big mic drop ending is that a borderless Europe is one where nobody wins.
The story of a borderless Europe is one where nobody wins.
Well, the big mic drop should have been, Europe is borderless, the rest of the world is not. Why? But plenty of migrants come to Europe and do win. They win big. Big welfare checks, special housing, and privileges. She knows this. Many of the people coming into Europe are not just like us. Clearly, there are major differences. It's why they come to Europe in the first place. It's why mass immigration is the problem. And not everyone tells the truth about their situation, especially if they received a pamphlet from Ariel's NGO. So on one hand, Laura knows migrants are taught to lie to get in, but then she seems to believe everything they say to her. If Lauren was going to interview a few migrants struggling to get into Europe who came of their own will, why not interview Europeans who have suffered from mass immigration? People who have become second-class citizens to migrants in their own countries.
We are afraid. We are in danger every day, every minute. They're coming inside. Police. They want to kill each other. You have to protect us. They are in our house. We are the victims. We are not them. We have to live life before. We have to live our life. They took it for us. We're nothing more. They are. We have to take them from here.
People were never asked. Natives who can't get jobs, housing, welfare, or people who have suffered from violence, lost loved ones, and even been raped. What about them? We always hear about the poor migrants, but nothing about the poor Europeans. There wasn't any interviews with Europeans who have had their nations transformed in places like Sweden, France, Germany, Greece, Spain, England. Just a Turkish farmer.
Before the crisis, the villagers would go to their fields alone to tend their crops. But not anymore. Women especially. They can't go out anywhere alone. Now, they have to be escorted, even on their own farms. Then the crime started, and it got worse and worse. The traffickers started killing people they had arguments with. No one in the village could go to their own fields to pick olives. These people are dangerous. We are all frightened here now. I'm 55 years old, and now I have to carry a gun just to tend my field and animals. There are 20 more villages just like ours along this stretch of the coast.
So women in his village can't go out alone, can't be in the fields, and have to be escorted since it's become so dangerous. And this is in an area where these people are just passing by, not their final destination. Then what do you think it's like for German, Swedish, and other Europeans that have to live with these people? And after a few Irish people in the pub complained about a hotel used for migrants, the big conclusion was money. It became all about the money. Bad men making money, as though mass immigration into Europe is just about making a profit.
And a lot of very wealthy, evil men.
Well, for migrants, it is all about the money.
Money! Money! Money!
You think it was all just about money for Ariel Ricker? Yes, of course, people are getting rich off transforming Europe into a non-European landmass, but this is about much, much more than just money. This is a safe angle, one that doesn't go deep, one most of us already know. But if the intention was to win lefties over with this angle, it didn't work. They're not watching this, and they still don't care. Meanwhile, government and globalists have all the money in the world. They could easily stop the massive flow of people from entering into Europe, but they don't, because it's not part of their agenda. What smugglers make nowhere near compares to the money Europeans lose paying for all these uninvited opportunists, many of whom aren't even fleeing war. And by the way, why don't they go to neighboring countries? If they're all just like us but born into unfortunate situations, what does it matter? Last I checked, Israel and Saudi Arabia weren't taking their fair share. Why not? And then she concludes that it's all so much more gray than she could have ever imagined.
All I have discovered is this is all so much more gray than I ever could have imagined.
In the end, she expressed a centrist position in the gray zone, only focusing on the symptom and letting a lot of people off the hook in the process. It was a safe conclusion, casting doubt. Not what we need at this time. But it makes sense as she's trying to get back to a normie life. It was a melodramatic, centrist view, saying it's just so complicated. We think we all know, but we don't. There are two sides. I've seen the camps. I have no solution or conclusion either. Then it's all a gray zone. No one wins. Well, someone is definitely winning. She also questions if migrants are really coming to pillage Europe, and she says this is a narrative that the media presents. Really? You mean alternative media? Well, for groups like ISIS, absolutely, but for many it may not be on the forefront of their mind, but that is what ends up happening if they continue to come in massive numbers, replacing us in cities like London, for instance, draining welfare, starting violence, pushing their religion, etc., etc. That is the destruction of Europe. If you replace the people of Tibet with Chinese, it is the destruction of Tibet. Just like there is no Europe without Europeans. Now, this vital fact was not spoken in this documentary. Being on the ground and seeing the migrant pathway is seeing the symptom. It's not the same as being in the closed halls of powerful globalist institutions who push their agenda. It is not getting to the root of the problem. Besides, if a 24-year-old woman can find this migrant pathway, government could easily do something, but they don't for a reason. It's not their agenda. Displacing European people and their nations is. Why? That is the most important question. Migrants have countries of their own they can always return to. What about us? Who is this film even for? Well, I think it was her big bipartisan exit from the public, addressing topics too hot to handle. As big tech clamps down and as the lamestream defamation machine churns on, calling her a white supremacist like so many of us, this was a good time to say goodbye, in search of a quiet, uncontroversial life, if that's even possible. There was also that Hope Not Hate scandal where she and her crew were speaking to and meeting with those horrid, ghastly globalists for God knows why. One of her crew even found himself in some drunk, naked, sexual encounter with them while working on Borderless.
Bit of a strange one here, yeah?
It's been a minute.
I know, sorry, man. I know it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, but I've just got off the phone to Kaylin for an hour, yeah? How much have they told you about Hope Not Hate?
Not much. Why?
You're aware they've been meeting with them regularly?
I've met Joe too before. Yeah, I know that Kaylin and George have met with them before.
Continually met with them? When you was doing your Borderless documentary, Hope Not Hate flew out to Italy to meet them?
I don't know what they were talking about.
Look, she's only 24. It's a lot of pressure fighting back against the leftist brainwashing machine. We've all seen how this works, even when you fight back just a little bit. It got to be too much, and so it was easier to take the middle exit and do damage control to start a normie life. Chalk it up as those younger year mistakes. No one expects women like Lauren to be a she-warrior fighting a monster system. Men should do that with some exceptional she co-pilots. But I just don't know how you go from knowing what she does to deciding to pursue an academic education, which means going to one of many cultural Marxist institutions. I don't know. Wanting a family is a noble path, but you don't need to get an academic education for that unless you plan on having a career too, which it sounds like she does. She said something about social media interfering in her life and not being able to have it all. I assume that means social media is too disruptive for her to be both an activist and a mother. I think it really comes down to personality. There are people who do know when and how to block the noise, step away, and have peace. You can live a productive full life while commenting on our world gone mad. It's all about balance. But as a mother with young children, you can't be flying around the world, doing stunts on the street, and taking paid Skype calls from strangers. That part is true. I came at this later on in life. But for a young single woman, this is a difficult path. The strongest women I know in this scene are married and have the vital support system of a man. For me, though, I'd rather work for my husband and myself and my family than work for someone else and my family. Anyway, prediction. She'll marry an affluent guy and then return, possibly running for politics or as a news anchor or with a book. She's just distancing herself for something else in the future. You'll see. Thank you, Red Ice members, for supporting independent, truth-seeking media. Because of you, we're still here and will continue to do so. We weather the attacks, censorship, bans, and everything else that's coming because of your membership and donations. While corporate clown world media receives millions and loses millions, we are true grassroots, supported by the people, supported by you. And we are the future. See you later. Today, there was a massive purge on YouTube of truth-telling content creators. Several of our most popular videos have been removed without an explanation, and it's far from over. If our channel is deleted, you can always find us on redicemembers.com, of course, and redice.tv, but also Gab, Telegram, DLive, and BitChute. Links below. With all all your support, we'll weather whatever comes our way.
It's early morning in the heart of Zululand in South Africa, and these girls are on their way to one of the most important but controversial festivals of the year. Dressed in their traditional Zulu costumes, they'll take part in an ancient custom, once thought forgotten. They have arrived for a virginity test. I want everyone to see that I'm still a virgin, that I haven't had sex. A lot of girls aren't coming for the virginity test. They're saying bad things about us, that we're arrogant, as if we're better than them. Despite the criticisms, these girls want to prove their virginity to parents and friends, and more importantly, to prospective husbands. A virgin in these parts is highly sought after, and many girls are encouraged to take pride in their virginity, even the little ones. Over 1,000 have turned up, and for many it's a long wait at the back of the queue, before it's their turn to be inspected by the elder Zulu women. Here, there are no doctors, and only the crudest conditions prevail.
Most of the maidens, young girls, I must say, they are not there now for these contraceptives. Yeah, I think the AIDS as well, it's also going down, because most of the maidens, they don't go for men anymore. They respect themselves now. They know who are they.
For many, it's a daunting experience. It's the first time they'll have an intimate examination, but the chance to be proved a virgin is a great relief. For every girl found with her hymen intact, the women celebrate. And once inspected, the girls have to pay around $1 for the certificate before they can finally begin partying. They also get a mark on their forehead to prove their virginity. I'm happy. Now everyone has to believe me. The tests can also detect diseases. It's good not to have sex until you're married. Even this 37-year-old wanted to prove that she was still a virgin. The girls shared the results, as there was their graduation day.
Other ones say this is old fashioned. It's not a fashion of now, but this is wrong. But other one like it, especially the youth of girls and the youth of girls against, and other boys support it. Mm-hmm.
So you are happy?
Yes, I'm very happy about that.
There's also a test for boys, but its credibility is open to question and is rarely taken up.
The boys can taste, like, you know, the boy, if he's pee, the pee won't go straight down if he never sleep with any girl. If he sleep with any girl, the pee only can go straight down. If he never sleep with the pee can go up and down.
Proclamations of chastity are firmly for the girls. These proud Zulu warriors aren't interested in the test. For them, promiscuity is fashionable, but it comes at a price. The spread of AIDS in South Africa is out of control. A recent forecast from an American institute predicted that 1 in 5 adults will die here from an AIDS-related illness before 2010. But some traditions are as strong as ever. Here the speaker, a regional government minister, says that only girls should abstain from sex. Despite the spiraling cases of AIDS, the government appears happy to foster a conservative approach.
This is a part of our culture. How it affects the boys. Once a girl is being pregged by the boy, then the parents of that boy, they are being severely punished.
But in reality, the opposite is true. Girls who give birth are often abandoned, without any financial support.
He told me lie.
This mother says the father promised her a lobola, a dowry, or sum of money, but these were lies, and she's been left to fend for herself.
And now?
And now, no different.
No lobola, no marriage?
No marriage, nothing. It's because my religion.
Some girls are stranded between the old Zulu traditions and the church. This girl was told by her local pastor not to attend the virginity tests.
They said God only will know my body. And me, I don't like that.
Have you had a boyfriend already?
No, I don't have. I don't need this in my life.
Many women find the virginity test unfair because girls who don't have the test are discriminated against. If girls have been raped, then they can't go to the virginity test. We don't want everyone to immediately know. The test puts us under pressure. I would like to be a virgin and have a certificate to prove it. In South Africa, a woman is raped every 26 seconds, and the signs are that HIV infection among the 5 to 14 age group is on the increase. Older men are seeking out younger women, or those with the certificates, in the belief that they are free from infection. Human rights activists are opposed to the tests, claiming they are medically unsound and unnecessarily pressurize the girls.
Some people believe that if somebody is a virgin, then that person will get a marriage, a better marriage, and you must keep yourself pure until you get married. And they also believe that it will reduce teenage pregnancy, and some people believe that it will also stop the AIDS, the spread of the AIDS. I personally feel that education is much better than exposing one's private parts or genitals. It's a degrading treatment and it's humiliation.
It's the height of the festival weekend, and a feast is laid on for the girls. Despite the genial atmosphere, behind the scenes, there's wheeling and dealing over dowries and a market value of girls with certificates. David Alcock grew up with the Zulu and questions the virginity test.
The whole virginity test, unfortunately, has become so many other things that money clears the conscience. So those who want to attend a virginity test knowing that they aren't virgins can, raise enough money and pay enough people, they'll be declared virgins.
But a mere certificate might not be enough to save the lives of these young women. The United Nations estimates that around 2.4 million of the country's 38 million people are already infected with HIV and AIDS. More alarmingly, a recent survey of South African hospitals found 35% of all Zulu girls are HIV positive. The festival's final act is for the girls to pay homage to the Zulu princesses of rain and fertility in a kind of divine test. They make their way to a marked field, where they give prayers for a good harvest, while a Zulu elder sows the land with seeds and home-brewed beer. Eventually, the girls are allowed to begin ploughing. Zulu superstition believes that if non-virgins step on the field, the princesses punish them by making their hoes fall to pieces. For some, is an uncertain end to the festival, but one which highlights the danger facing traditional communities like the Zulu. Virginity tests have resurfaced because of the fear of AIDS, but these tests are unlikely to solve the problem. If South Africa is to escape an AIDS catastrophe, she will need to look forward towards education and awareness, rather than to the symbols of her past.
The recent rape of a 6-week-old baby in Uppington in the Northern Cape has seen many references to the rape of 9-month-old baby Tsepang in the same area, and that was in 2001. But rapes of infants and children are disturbingly common in South Africa. Dr. Amelia Klein interviewed 10 men serving sentences around the country for raping children and says the upbringing of the men who commit these horrendous crimes is a key factor in their actions. She joins us now to talk more about her research. Doctor, thank you for joining us on Morning News today. I'm going to get straight into it. These men that you interviewed, why did they rape young children?
They raped them in response to an upbringing associated with a lot of maltreatment, but maltreatment on every single level. And I think it's important to make the point now that as horrendous as these acts are, it is critical that we understand them, because by understanding, we can possibly do something about it.
So did they all have, like you say, a lot of it was maltreatment, a lot of it was their childhood, a lot of it stemming from their childhood. Was there a common thread? Did they all have the same reason, or did it vary a little bit along the lines?
Their psychosocial histories were almost identical. They had childhoods associated with physical and emotional abuse, not sexual abuse, but physical and emotional abuse, as well as a lot of neglect. These were children who often did not know who their fathers were, and when their fathers were present, it was as if they weren't there. They were completely disconnected from their children. We know that the first 5 years of a children's life are absolutely critical, and that is when something called attachment forms. And when children are maltreated, they don't form that warm bond with a parent and caregivers, and that then sets the pattern for relationships for the rest of their lives. These men grew up in abject poverty. They lived in overcrowded conditions. They witnessed things that children should not be witnessing. They witnessed domestic violence. When children witness violence like that, they start seeing it as normal. When children are beaten, they start accepting that as normal. And as a result of that, children start to act out. And these men started bullying other children from a very young age. And this terrible pattern would then follow, where they would be beaten because they were beating other children, which, if you think about the logic of it, it's extraordinary. These men had very limited school education, and all of their role models were very negative. And again, we know that children learn by watching. And if your life is surrounded by violence, and everyone in your life is administering violence to you, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to grow up and become a very violent adult yourself. These acts were completely spontaneous.
So they weren't planned. There was no grooming as we see commonly in paedophile
These men
cases.
are not pedophiles. There was no history of grooming. A lot of these men knew the children they raped, and some of them were related. And in fact, this incident we had last week of a 6-week-old was very similar to one of the life histories of the men who participated in my study, in that he was the uncle of the 3-month-old infant that he raped.
Now, I have to ask, and you say none of the men you interviewed had been sexually abused as children.
Correct.
How did their anger and their upbringing in terms of witnessing violence and domestic violence translate into raping a child younger than 3 years old?
I think you're asking a valid question, because everyone is saying why. How can this be? If you keep beating a child will learn to suppress his feelings, which means by the time he's much older, he cannot feel for anyone else. He has no empathy. And when someone exhibits that lack of empathy, we call them psychopaths, or someone who has antisocial personality disorder. These men are not psychiatrically disturbed, they are personality disordered. As a result of that, they don't see these young babies as being human beings with feelings and rights. And that's what enables them to do what they do. But all of the men described to me just before they committed these acts intense, intense anger. Some of them had been slighted by real or desired sexual partners. Some of them had had fights with older male relatives. One man reported that he'd had his cattle stolen, and they see a child who is often left without sufficient parental supervision, and they pounce.
So, Amelia, from what we see now, and we're talking about abject poverty and all of this that these men who are now grown men experience as children, from what we're seeing, the state of our society now, and we're still seeing the same poverty and the threat continuing, is there any hope for our children in this country?
There is, but...
And what needs to be done?
I think we need to be very clear to say that, you know, all men who come from these backgrounds do not grow up with these monstrous behaviors. And the counter-argument is equally true, because millions of men in South Africa and beyond grow up under these conditions, but they don't grow up into adults with very violent behaviors. The key for me are positive role models. These men as children did not have positive role models. So there are two things that we need to think about very, very carefully as a society. The first is, what message is every single adult sending to a young, impressionable child in terms of their behavior? And we need to think very carefully how we are disciplining our children. The consequences of continued corporal punishment are very clear. We know it stops problematic behavior in the short term. It's the longer term consequences that are far more serious. But I just want to make the point that this is a complex crime. We can't say someone was beaten, therefore they're going to grow up and rape. It's far more complicated than that. But those two things are key. Positive role models and discipline, not physical punishment.
Thank you so much. I wish we had more time to talk, but unfortunately we have to end it there. Dr. Amelia Klein talking to us about her research with child rapists.
You deserve to know more.
ENCA.com.
Almost every third child in South Africa is sexually abused. Like this 9-year-old, this is the bed she was raped in by a neighbour. She found refuge in Tabasili Mzani's house. For years now, the 50-year-old has been taking in children off the streets. Today, she's got 56 young children and youths under her roof. All of them have been through traumatic experiences.
He is actually grabbing her around the neck and penetrating right into her. The men have become worse than animals, because I don't think every man that sleeps with children has AIDS. But it has just become an in thing that men just wants to experiment or exercise their power over helpless children, unfortunately.
Young children were taught earlier that they would have a better life than their parents. The centres financed by overseas donations. Even when she's facing tough financial times, Tabasili keeps up her courage. The former teacher and trauma therapist isn't waiting for government support. Since the first democratic election 7 years ago, nothing has changed for the poorest of the poor. The unemployment rate is so high that in many black townships, only every 5th person has a job. Most of these children have been abused, not just by their fathers, relatives and neighbours, but also from men suffering from AIDS who believe that they can cure themselves by having sex with children.
He took me to the room and he slept with me.
And what did you feel?
I felt so bad, and the next day I was sick. I couldn't go to the doctor because our clinic is very far.
when every Friday, maybe when they are drunk in the farms, they can sleep with the small girls. Some of the small girls that I know are pregnant now. Some of them are mothers.
According to the government, 15,680 children were abused in the first 9 months of last year. The unofficial count is much higher, and only every 10th rapist ends up behind bars.
Like I said, that more than 3/4 of our children have been abused, either within the families, within the community where they lived. They've been abused sexually, emotionally, physically, and otherwise, and psychologically.
The children never forget their trauma. In rural areas, the rape rate is particularly high. Most of the farm workers get the same low pay as they did during the apartheid era, around €40 a month. Too much to die and too little to live. Tabasili is visiting a family here whose daughter found refuge with her. The baby is 3 months old. 6 family members live and sleep in this room.
She has 5 kids. Her elder daughter is 14. She lives with us. She was abused twice as a young girl, and according to the child, possibly living here at home, it has happened. And with 5 kids, the husband earning 200 rand a fortnight. And like, as you can see, that pocket of melamine, she's going to cook the soft porridge for the child.
Dr. Howard de Fonseca has been working for the last decade as a pediatric surgeon at the biggest hospital in the world, the Chris Hani Hospital in Soweto.
And AIDS, as you know, South Africa is one of the most severely affected. And because of that, we have this increase in child abuse. But as you probably know, and this has been actually widely told in the press, that there is this belief that having sex with a virgin renders people immunized against the AIDS disease.
91% of child rape victims knew their abusers. 20% are raped by their own fathers.
We have been seeing tremendous, horrendous cases of sexual abuse, with disruption of the vagina, disruption of the anus, the musculature of the pelvis, completely disrupted, rendering these patients incontinent for life sometimes.
When she was 13, this girl was raped at a bus station. Despite being caught, her rapist bribed the police and was soon set free.
So he took me and he told me, kiss me. So I told him I can't kiss. You know, I'm too young, I was making him stupid. And so he smacked me again, and that's just when it happened. He just told me, lie down, and I didn't want to listen, so he smacked me again.
Tonight, this rapist is going to be arrested again in Soweto. The police unit against child abuse is out looking for rapists and abusers almost every night. In the tangle of shacks, it's difficult to find anyone. During daylight, it's almost impossible to arrest someone. At night, there's always the danger of being shot at. A new law in South Africa can put rapists of children behind bars for life. At least, that's what the law says on paper. But most are set free after a short space of time. The main reason is the non-functioning justice system and overflowing prisons. Andre Neethling has been leading the department for 2 years. Just a few weeks after taking up his job, he had to put 2 of his 20 or so detectives behind bars because of corruption. He takes the stories of rape victims to heart.
I think the case that personally will always stay with me is the 5-month-old baby that was raped. And I think purely for the matter of it was fine until I saw the baby and I saw how small she actually is. And I just had this terrible visions of somebody trying to have sex with such a small little baby.
I'm going to sit here. The camera's hidden behind one-way mirrors. The 4-year-old describes what happened.
Put his bullet inside there. Show shadow where? Inside where? What do you call that?
Bullet.
He put the bullet where?
Inside the cuckoo.
Inside the cuckoo. He put the bullet inside the cuckoo.
To prepare children for court, they're going to the teddy bear clinic for role play.
How do you plead, Mr. Wolf?
Not guilty.
Do you say?
To tell the truth.
To tell the truth.
And you say?
3,000 rape victims have been treated here.
Order in the court!
This 21-year-old and his 4 drinking mates raped a young girl. The men surprised her on her way back home, which is often the case. The young woman knew the accused and called the police.
Because they just bribed the lady with the money and then he just dropped the case. Yeah, and then that's it. Then we stay that 4 months and then we come out.
The lady you raped or the mother was bribed? Or who was bribed for whom?
Both.
This girl was also the victim of a rape. She's now living in Basile's house and can only make short visits to her home. The 9-year-old was raped by a neighbour. He's still running free.
He's out moving around, probably committing more crimes, similar crimes, because the police in charge of the child protection in this area is the one that was bribed and by the family, and he got out.
The mother, as a child, was raped by 3 men. She knows she can't protect her daughter from the same crime. The victims are powerless. All they get is pain. Help is nowhere in sight.
I know you're trying to help us stop. I'm homeless about cars and I really don't want any loans wasted. I'm going to talk you through. Call this place Niagara Falls anyway. You back off, Walters. You're in Canadian waters, eh? Yeah, slap me, big sucker. Take it home. You shot for stealing Mexico punchers. And it always works up there.
People are having that belief of if you can sleep with a child, you can wash away your status.
And this is known as the virgin rape myth, and some have speculated that this is what's driving the epidemic in Africa.
And he just take me on top of her. I ask her, what are you doing to me? Why are you grabbing me? He just put me on top of him.
It came in the media, and because the media can influence people, everybody believed that whoever rapes a child is because they want to cleanse themselves of AIDS.
In fact, such cases have been very rare. When men rape children, it seems they do it for other reasons.
I've had discussions with people who have had such a myth, but most of them were like, they never believed in that.
What I think motivates a rapist is a need to control, a need to have power.
I tried to fight back. But I couldn't. I gave up and then he raped me.
You know, when it comes to violence, we can do two things. We can fight or we can talk, and there pretty much isn't anything else we can do.
Now what I can say to everyone who will be raped or who is being raped right now, please don't keep quiet.
Hi, my name is Nyasha Vera, and I'm the director and producer of the Virgin Cure movie. The Virgin Cure movie is a documentary film that explores infant and child rape and its core relation to what has been named the Virgin Cure myth, which is a myth that having sex with a virgin cures or rids one of HIV and AIDS. Recent statistics show that a pre-adolescent girl in South Africa is most likely to get raped than learn how to read. Unfortunately, this atrocity does not only affect South Africa, but the entire sub-Sahara region at large. With the high numbers of HIV and AIDS infections in that area, if a woman or a girl is raped, they are most likely to get infected. Our story follows the lives of 4 young girls who were raped and now have to live with the aftermath. The purpose of our documentary is to raise awareness, to be an advocate and a voice for the silent victims that not only suffer quietly, but have to live with the aftermath, and oftentimes the added stigma of contracting HIV and AIDS through no fault of their own. We would like to shed much needed light to this atrocity, and therefore we are looking to partner with a celebrity who would act as an ambassador for this cause. We would like the celebrity to make appearances as it relates to the film and the cause, i.e. benefit dinners, interviews, and any other related events. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to episode 6 of All Cultures Are Beautiful. This time we're taking a trip to the landlocked African nation of Malawi. Malawi is a beautiful country with fantastic scenery, exotic animals, and a friendly, helpful population. But unfortunately for the Malawians, they have been persistently under attack by vampires. In September 2017, vampires were suspected to have invaded the southern border town of Mulanje. After 15 years of peace, once again there are rumours of vampires who are collecting human blood in some districts of the country for political reasons. And naturally, locals are unable to sleep for fear of having their blood sucked during the night. So there was only one thing to do: find out just who is colluding with the vampires and give them some Malawian justice. Some tourists were killed by residents suspected to be colluding with vampires to collect human blood. A police spokesman said, "We are reminding people that rumours about bloodsuckers have been there since time immemorial, but no case has ever been proven." And good on the local villagers who insist that the police are just hiding the truth, as many people in the district are not sleeping which is presumably not connected to all the drumming and shouting that they do during the night to frighten the vampires away. Because of the vampire attacks on Malawian villagers, the US Embassy in Malawi issued a security message to US citizens. Please review your personal security plans, remain aware of your surroundings, including local events, and monitor local news stations for updates. Maintain a high level of vigilance and take appropriate steps to enhance your personal security. Despite the US warning about vampire bloodsuckers invading the country, the Malawian police chief remained in denial and said that people should reject rumours of bloodsuckers, saying, "Currently nobody has died for being sucked of blood here in Malanje. Some people have just created the story to breed fear among communities. We would like to assure residents of Malanje that they are protected and that police investigations are underway to find the root cause of such and to get to the bottom of the matter." The district commissioner for Malanje said the rumours have brought a devastating effect on people since residences have always been anxious about strangers in some areas and that they were sleeping outside of their homes for fear of having their blood sucked. A spokesperson for the United Nations said, "Well, that's what they would say, isn't it?" and referred to a Human Rights Watch investigation that demonstrated that Malawi had been overrun by a vampire elite, and short of sending garlic and crosses, nothing further could be done. The next day, in the neighbouring district of Falombe, 2 ambulances that were thought to have been carrying the bloodsuckers were smashed up by concerned citizens. One of the ambulances belonged to Malanje and was coming from the capital to drop off a suspected vampire. Despite the vigilance and extrajudicial killings conducted by the local villagers, no vampires have yet been discovered. An investigation by Malawi News discovered that the locals had failed to catch the vampires because the vampires were using magical powers, magical shape-shifting powers, which turned them into cats or dogs before disappearing. It was also revealed that these weren't just any old-world vampires that used their teeth to suck people's blood. These were actually super-advanced Wakandan vampires that used some kind of technology which involved the initial spraying of chemical or some electric powers to weaken the target before sucking the blood. And the blood-sucking is alleged to be done using some remotely controlled gadgets. The locals describe the blood-sucking process as being complicated, saying one can be sucked from a distance through the window or roof. 3 strangers were burnt to death after the locals found them with a bag containing slings, benzene, gloves and other sharp metals, which are believed to be part of the sucking equipment. A clerk said, "The bloodsuckers are real. They've been to my house. They sprayed their weakening chemical, but we noticed it earlier and managed to escape. My eyes were hurting and I ran out of breath." It's alleged that the vampires are from Mozambique, and they can't be arrested because they're using strong magical charms. Many villagers came forward to give their accounts of having their blood sucked by the fully automated luxury space vampires. One single mother said, "I felt a needle getting into my forehead's flesh. The rest of my body was numb. I struggled to touch my forehead. I felt a hot, sharp injection like metal. I alerted my brother, who was also in the same room. The thing was quickly removed. Everything happened so fast." Another single mother said that an attacker had entered her home and sucked her blood in the Thiolo district. "This is not hearsay," she told a fascinated crowd in her village in the country south. "I know my blood was sucked. I saw light on the corner of my roof. I failed to stand up from my bed and I felt something piercing my left arm." Given the apparently medical nature of the vampire attacks, it's no wonder that doctors have been identified as the most likely people in Malawi to be vampires. Groups of concerned citizens have enacted revenge on the vampire doctors, who are easily identified because they are carrying stethoscopes with which to suck blood. Their thralls, otherwise known as medics, have also been robbed and had their vehicles smashed, and ambulances have been attacked as their victims were taken to the hospital. The Society of Medical Vampires in Malawi said a case of mass hysteria was sweeping the south of their country that has led thousands of people to believe that there are doctors in their midst. They claim that no health worker can suck blood with a stethoscope, with another vampire adding that there is no evidence that they are really vampires, despite the fact that they all carry stethoscopes. By the 3rd of October 2017, it had all become too much for the citizens of Malawi. Groups of concerned citizens had killed 6 people suspected of trying to obtain and drink human blood as part of magic rituals since mid-September. A police spokesman and notorious vampire denialist said, "There is no evidence about the bloodsuckers. We blame local communities for taking the law into their own hands," adding that local people targeted victims because they were believed to be seeking blood for spiritual rituals. There is no evidence of bloodsucking and nobody has come to the police to complain. The Malawian government was forced to intervene and claimed that there were no vampires in Malanje. It was just a ploy. A ploy meant to tarnish the image of the Democratic Progressive Party by those who do not wish the government well. The prevailing vampire paranoia situation in Malanje and the surrounding areas has the potential to derail our efforts in promoting our country as a tourist destination, but also preferred destination for foreign and direct investment. While this may be true, it fails to explain how the vampire doctors are sucking people's blood with their stethoscopes. Because after all, if there were no vampires in Malawi, why would the UN pull their staff from the country? As the UN Department on Safety and Security state, these districts have been severely affected by the ongoing stories of bloodsucking and possible existence of vampires. And if the Malawi government wasn't controlled by vampires, why would they impose a curfew because the vampires are being killed? The curfew restricted movement to 10 hours per day, from 7 AM until 5 PM local time, exactly the daylight hours in which vampires cannot operate, leaving the vampires free to operate at night with impunity. The UN even identified the source of the vampires, saying that they originated from Mozambique and spread across the border to Malawi through the districts of Malanje and Falombe. Finally, the president of Malawi said that he was going to crack down on the international vampire conspiracy and the witchcraft that they are performing. President Peter Mutharika warned suspected vampires to stop terrorizing people and told village chiefs to stamp down on witchcraft. He said, "If people are using witchcraft to suck people's blood, I will deal with them, and I asked them to stop doing that with immediate effect." After the president confirmed that there was indeed an epidemic of vampires plaguing Malawi, groups of concerned citizens killed 2 more people, one of which was an epileptic man who was torched. This led to Malawi becoming a veritable police state, as the police arrested 140 members of so-called lynch mobs who were delivering justice to the vampires, with the National Police spokesperson telling the BBC that patrols had been stepped up in the areas affected. Western media outlets naturally placed the blame for all of this on white people. As Vice magazine states, in colonial Zambia in the 1930s, Africans claimed their blood was taken and their bodies left for dead to make cough drops for Europeans. Can you think of a better description for the exploitation of luxuries for white people? In post-colonial East and Central Africa, there were many stories that blood was sold to this or that country in exchange for weapons. There were some who denied that there were any vampires at all in Malawi, claiming that this hysteria was part of a symbolic representation of life. In a paper titled Deconstructing Mediocrity, Vampires, Victims and National Hysteria, John Lwanda suggests that to understand the roots of these superstitions, we must look beyond the beliefs themselves to the underlying structural conditions in the areas which they emerge. The roots of the current vampire hysteria lie also in the current state of law and order, moral order and socio-economic conditions in Malawi, and not just, however, ingrained or strong in mere belief of witchcraft. Another vampire denialist at the University of Malawi said the same thing. It's almost a symbolic representation of the life, their blood, their hope being drawn out of them, being sucked out of them. And nowhere was this better exemplified when a group of concerned citizens attacked BBC journalists in Malawi because it was discovered that they were also part of the international vampire conspiracy. The vampires said, We found that some people were terrified because we were in 2 vehicles and they started mobilizing themselves. When they came to us, they started confronting us saying that they thought we might be bloodsuckers. In the first place, the discussions with locals were going on very well, but the more people were coming, the situation was becoming worse. They said that a crowd armed with stones and other sharp objects assaulted the crew, confiscated some of their equipment, and damaged one of their 2 vehicles. Despite the understandable and ongoing concerns with vampire activity in Malawi, it seems like the residents have things fully under control. So when you think about booking your next holiday to a tropical foreign land, consider Malawi. The vampire problem isn't as bad as it seems. Have you ever noticed that all cultures are beautiful and equal in their own way? For example, let's take a look at India, particularly a village in the south of India, where a 10-year-old girl was sacrificed in a black magic ritual. Now, I know what you're thinking, but hear me out. Aisha Muhammad Nurullah, the 10-year-old whose body was found on the outskirts of a village in southern India, appears to have been sacrificed in a beautiful black magic ritual to cure a paralyzed man. See, it's altruistic. Naseem Taj suggested that Wasil's brother Muhammad Rafiq could be cured of a paralytic stroke if a girl was sacrificed, and who are you to tell them that they're wrong? She had suggested that Rafiq had been gripped by evil spirits and paralyzed, and to be cured of this, he had to sacrifice a minor girl within 40 days. Wasil began looking for a girl and thought of his neighbour and cousin Muhammad Nurullah's daughter Aisha. He took a picture of her and then sent it to a sorceress, who approved Wasil's choice. This wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I mean, he had to think this through. He didn't want to choose the wrong girl. And on March the 1st, Wasil kidnapped the girl from her home in Magdi, gagged her, and then slit her throat, performing an occult ritual. And then later on, the girl's body was packed in a sack and dumped behind a mosque. They lured her out while her mother was in the bath. The trio called her out and kidnapped her. They took her to a property owned by Wasil in an isolated location, and they locked her inside a room for a day. Then the next day they took an auto rickshaw from Magdi to Bengaluru. On their way they picked up the material required for performing the black magic, as they would have traditionally done. They brought Aisha out of the room and began performing the rituals both in the day and the night. And all through, the paralysed brother of the accused was present at the location. After some rituals, they strangled Aisha with the ribbon she had used to tie her hair. On March the 3rd, on Nasima's instructions, they packed her body into a gunny bag and threw it at the right side of a mosque nearby. Now, you and I, dear progressive viewer, know how enriching that is. We know how diversity is our strength. But if you look at the comment sections on this article, you'll realise that there are some real Islamophobes reading the Times of India. Loshastra says, horrendous crime. The local people are to blame, as such crimes can't be committed unless with the knowledge of local people. Loshastra, that's really bigoted. Just because there were like 5 people involved with this beautiful ceremony doesn't mean you can indict them all as if they all had something to do with it, or this was just something that happens in this culture. But the worst one was from ProConnect, who, and I've never read anything this awful. Muslim do this. That's so racist. You don't know that it was a Muslim? Just because the guy's name was Muhammad? You do not know. You can't be sure. He might have been an atheist. You know that there are so many secular, progressive atheists in India, and in all of the Muslim world, in fact. This is just an awful comment, and this user should be tracked down, doxed, and banned for life from using the internet. That's what. I mean, I just cannot even. How dare you offend this beautiful and vibrant culture.